Hello, everyone. How's it going? Let's see, any new Frank news? Nope. Just being a retard is all.
Love and hate can be so easily interchangeable. Those who hate you the most sometimes are the ones that secretly love you and can't somehow give themselves permission. And those who love you the most, you don't quite live up to their expectations, and before you know it, they hate you. So tomorrow I face one of my greatest rivals in the sport, Vitaly Letin, young champion from Russia. The Russians, they love to hate me. They hate to love me. They all call me a clown, so many of them. I'll give them what they want. I'll embrace their hatred. I will show up as Krusty, my final form, one I've been preparing to pull out for such a long time. I'll embrace it. Welcome to the circus, Vitaly. Welcome to the circus. I run this place, you know. Can't wait. April 18th. East versus West. See you, Wuppertal.
Weird. I'm gonna watch that tomorrow. Yeah, that is weird. Ooh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I got good news, y'all. Gathered here are the world's best fighters.
I won't deny it, I'm a street fighter.
But only one of which will be crowned the world champion of street fighting! You win! Perfect.
You're not a warrior anymore, you're a sideshow.
What's up, MTV? I'm Ken Masters.
This is your shot
Yeah, this is probably gonna be garbage.
at redemption.
Were you gonna show?
The path I'm on now is not one of combat.
Maybe it's Ken's turn to be champion.
How did you find me?
I'm paid to find champions,
Oh, hey, the Dutch Giant. He's gonna be Zangief.
even if they're lost.
Dude, this is gonna be so bad. Why is there like some stupid melodramatic shit with Ken being an alcoholic and Ryu being like some like sad dipshit? Oh my fucking god, dude. Yeah, strong woman alert. Oh yeah, we need Chun-Li to get the men motivated. Like, give me a fucking break.
Good to see you, old friend.
This is gonna be... Hey, I'm not watching this. This is so bad.
Still reckless. Sit down. This tournament is not what it seems. We have to be ready.
Yeah, I'm just gonna watch the Street Fighter anime again and not watch this, because, oh my god. How do you even, like, fuck something like this up? Like, dude, the actual original Street Fighter movie is better than this crap. I can already fucking tell just from the fucking trailer. Like, at least with the original Street Fighter movie, it's charming, like, it's stupid, it's, like, technically bad, but, you know, it's a fun little dumb B-movie where, you know, they tried their best to adhere to the video game, and it was, like, silly and everything, kind of like the video game. And you've got the fucking Street Fighter anime that was actually good. I don't know why you wouldn't just kind of copy that a little bit, but no. Let's have a strong woman who's like wrangling the men together because they're sad, pathetic idiots. And we need a woman to like teach them how to do things. And like adding in dumb melodramatic bullshit that was never in any of the fucking games or anime. Like, fuck you.
Everyone keeps going on about your thighs. What's going on? I don't see what the big deal is. What's going on?
Yeah, the characters aren't even acting like the way they did in any of the manga, anime, comics, video games. They're just totally different. Q $92, hey, is it vegan to take supplements that have gelatin capsules? Kind of depends. Like, I'd say, like, avoid it if you can. Like, if it's a supplement, then just find a different supplement. If it's a medication and you can't get an alternative, then whatever. Isn't it a byproduct of a byproduct? No. How much suffering am I really contributing if I take gelatin capsules? Not that much. Literally can't find good supplement alternative and third-party tested have gelatin. What supplement? I don't know what the fuck you're even talking about. Thanks for the donation, Q.
Bitch, please!
That was some African.
No way. Did I see that right? Is this guy M. Bison? Who's playing Akuma? I don't know who that is.
That was some abracadabra shit.
Oh, what's going on?
Okay, yeah, the goofy guy from Suicide Squad who had like that weird mother complex is M. Bison. What's the deal with Jesus?
Shit.
I don't understand some of these casting choices. The guy that they got to play Ken, that I don't really get it. Like, I guess he looks close enough, but they don't act anything like like this casting choice makes no fucking sense. Like, what the hell? No, Jason Momoa's playing Blanca.
I'm positive that a fireball came out of Ryu.
Go it, Ryu!
Perfect.
Yeah, that's gonna be bad. Very, very bad. New Frank Tufano vid. No, there's no new Frank Tufano vid. We already watched his videos yesterday. Let's see.
Vitaly is back in trouble, this time with a potential career-destroying lawsuit on the horizon after a severe mess-up. We're going to do that today on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney. This is a Fast Facts video, the quick and dirty version of the latest in legal news. So as you guys may know, we are no stranger to Vitaly Zordovetsky. We had covered him in his nuisance streaming in the Philippines. This is at the same time as Johnny Somali was going on in Korea. Nuisance streaming was a huge problem, and we were really pushing for the maximum punishment there. Well, Vitaly is out of jail, and it was released very recently, and it seems he did not learn his lesson because he's in trouble yet again. And this time, we're going to talk about the plaintiff, Akash Singhania. He was falsely accused of a heinous crime, and because of that and the liability that Vitaly has incurred, this may end his career and end his streaming altogether. So let's get to my opening statement. So Vitaly was released from the Philippines in January 2026 after serving approximately
Yeah, no, there's a new Trend Twins video. We'll watch that in a bit.
approximately 290 days, about 9 to 10 months, for harassing individuals in Manila and Bonifacio Global City. Now, Vitali, as soon as he went out, people were wondering which way he was going to go. I was speculating, was he reformed or not? Well, he went right back to his old content, and one of the things he went right back to was his predator catching videos. Now, the problem with the predator catching videos is that their focus is more on humiliation than generating clips from that humiliation than actual serious law enforcement. These people were not being routinely handed over to law enforcement. They were not getting criminal charges. It was really just to generate clicks and views, and they weren't going through the same rigor that you go through as part of a criminal investigation. And as you can see, this led to a very horrible situation.
What do you mean? So she got the guys. Stop. Okay. What do you mean by wrong text messages?
Okay,
just explain.
Okay, look.
Well, yeah, let me hear your side of the story. Everybody gets to speak.
Okay, yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
So, okay.
But Gabe, I asked you, bro. Please.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm gonna just show you everything one by one. Okay.
But you are Indian, so you are smart. So you probably cheated the system.
No, but for Indian.
Bro, again in the middle of me talking, bro. I asked you guys. Holy, just perfectly.
AFK don't need $2. Let me see.
Does any ethno-nationalist state need to exist? Like, does Japan need...
Oh boy. That might be stupid. We might watch that later. Thanks for the donation, AFK.
Like, I was getting a perfect farm clip, and then somebody had to... Okay, hello.
See, he only really cares. See, in that, number one, he's insulting them. He's using derogatory language. But beyond that, Vitali is even saying, as he does this thing where he messed up, that he really only cares about the clips. He really only cares about making the content. And in this, it was a horrible mistake. And here you have Vitali admitting that mistake.
We wrongfully identified and accused Akash Singhania as a child predator. We were completely wrong, and we made a terrible mistake. We believe here in only telling the truth, nothing but the truth. And our team and I messed up. We're deeply sorry to Akash. I'm so sorry, and I made a full statement on one of my social media posts on X and Instagram. You can guys go check it out. And Akash Singhania, I'm very sorry. This mistake will never happen again. We messed up. And guys, whoever has those videos, the clippers that are watching this, please delete it, okay? Immediately. I need you guys to delete it. I feel horrible. Yeah, this was very, yeah. This is never gonna happen. The Snapchat messages got messed up. It was a wrong time, wrong place, and yeah.
Well, it's never going to happen again because he may never be on the internet again. Huge, massive error and massive liability on his part, messing this individual up. And here's the statement from Akash. Akash said, "My world was turned upside down this weekend. As some of you may have seen..."
How come when I sent you the Vitali video 3 times over the last few days you refused to watch it? Also, ISIS almost did a coup and took over Syrian government.
Oh. Well, I hate Vitali's face, and I hate listening to him, so... Fine with watching videos about the topic, but I don't have any interest in watching the full video. He's just a time-wasting dipshit. Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara thwarts coup attempt, alleged CIA warning. Foiled coup, targeting Syrian president, hours after receiving advanced intelligence from CIA. Huh. Well, they may get tortured in a Syrian prison. That's a very pretty kitty. Look at him drink that water. That's good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I was featured on a recent episode of Vitaly Zordovetsky's live series when I was wrongfully portrayed as someone attempting to engage in inappropriate conduct. This accusation is completely false. Since then, Vitaly has publicly acknowledged through both written and video statements that this was a mistake. Additionally, the officers from the Santa Ana Police Department, who I called to the scene, conducted their own assessment and confirmed that I was innocent of any wrongdoing. I am sincerely grateful to officers Ronald Galstion, Lorenzo Sanchez, and Joanna Hatzistratiao for their professionalism and for taking the time to carefully evaluate the situation and establish the truth. While I appreciate that the mistake has been acknowledged, the impact of the false accusation has been significant. I have experienced harassment, judgment, and damage to my personal and professional relationships based on something that has now been proven false. So when I first saw this, full stop there for a second, I said, this is lawsuit language. This is him holding out on liability, saying, hey, I'm acknowledging the apology, but that doesn't mean you don't have any liability and doesn't mean there wasn't damage. So he still held back that there were damages and this was harmful to him. As you heard, even with Vitaly, it gets out there to Clippers. It gets out there all over the internet. Once this thing has been put out there, there's no way to put the genie back in the bottle especially when you're a channel as large as that Vitaly's that's getting clipped and passed around, to actually get all those things removed from the internet. It's very difficult, time consuming, and it's already been done. The damage has already been done. So lastly, it says, I wholeheartedly support efforts to expose real wrongdoing and protect the vulnerable. At the same time, this experience has shown me how important due process and verification are, because mistakes, when made publicly, can have serious consequences on innocent lives. Thank you for those who supported me during this process. And that's the exact thing that's lacking when you look at Vitaly versus law enforcement. You really don't have those due process rights. They're not going through proper verification, vetting, etc. They're just doing it as quickly as possible and trying to generate these scenarios as quick as possible for clips and content, because their goal is humiliation, not actual criminal process. And Akash went on and confirmed later that day that he actually has retained one of the best defamation lawyers in the country. Rumor has it, it's the same one that represented Johnny Depp. Combine that.
That'd be great if you could get Vitaly off the internet.
With complete and total cooperation from the police department regarding my innocence, I'm feeling pretty good about the position I'm in despite the effed situation. Let's see what happens. So he is primed and ready to go, and I think because of how bad this was and how this clip got everywhere and the size of Vitaly, the reach of Vitaly, the potential liability is massive. And one thing that makes it even worse is that this is not the first time he's done this and kind of had a mistake or a mistaken identity. Asian Andy posted a clip on his account where he actually calls somebody Asian Andy even though it's not. Let's watch that clip.
Working. I'm not really fully paying attention to your text, and then I verified, and I was trying to call you. That's why I didn't.
You called me, and you just called me to say you didn't see my car, and then you said you've seen it, and you walked right out. I didn't even want to take you there. I just want to talk to you in the car first.
I'm assuming your name is Asian Andy.
Watch, look, let's read it out.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
My number, you kept
See, he's saying who's Asian Andy. So once again, you're getting this out there, and then people like, for example, the real Asian Andy have people attacking them, calling them names, saying horrible things about them. What this shows is a pattern of reckless disregard for the truth, of recklessness, negligence. It shows that he really doesn't care. So when you put these instances together where Vitaly is really not doing the due diligence he needs to be doing to do this, it makes a super strong case for Akash, saying, hey, look, he's done this before. He's made mistakes before. He's been reckless with this. And this is not something you can be reckless about when you're going to be going through these public humiliation rituals, making clips, going out and saying this in front of a bunch of people and trying to humiliate them publicly, trying to destroy their reputation, their business, their friendships, their contacts, etc. over this. This is something that is completely unacceptable. And the good news is that Kick found this unacceptable as well, because Vitaly has been banned off Kick again. Remember, after his criminal behavior in the Philippines, he was indeed banned off of Kick. And now he has been banned once again. And now a lot of people have commented on this, and I agree with the Asmongold take on this, which is he should be banned permanently. And I take an angle that is purely legal as liability. I've been corporate counsel for a very long time and advising corporations on risks versus benefits, liabilities. Vitaly is a liability. He's been banned multiple times, and this time it's for something super serious. This is something where the website absolutely can be dragged into the lawsuit. Absolutely there can be, questions that are asked. It gets very uncomfortable for them. They don't want to have to deal with a liability like Vitaly, who keeps doing reckless things with no regard for the truth. This is something they shouldn't be involved with, and they should keep him off of that platform. Now, we don't know whether they will make this temporary or permanent, but my ruling here, as we move to my judgment, is a should. So let's talk about my judgment. Akash has one of the strongest cases I have ever seen for clear defamation per se. He can also throw in the invasion of privacy counts, which is sometimes false light as well, and even intentional infliction of emotional distress because how bad this was and because it was streamed in front of so many people where the intent was to humiliate for profit. Akash, when you're looking at the numbers, how much could he get? Easily, he can settle for $500,000, $500K. But I think this thing is $1 million lawsuit. I think because of Vitaly's size, because of its reach, because of his repeated behavior, because of his pattern of just bad behavior in general, including back to the Philippines, I think pushing for $1 million settlement would not be out of the realm of possibility for Akash going against Vitaly. And I think he indeed should take every penny he can from Vitaly. Vitaly in general is a liability, and Kick and all other platforms that he attempts to go to should keep him off, keep him banned, and understand there's a reason why these people, once they've shown themselves who they are and they've made their mistakes repeatedly, should be kept off the platform. But I want to know what you guys think about Vitaly, and I will catch you on the next.
He's cooked. I have a feeling this guy isn't going to want to settle. So he's cooked. Hopefully Vitaly can get banned off the internet, basically. That'd be great. Dodo donated $2.
And this is one of the concerns that I have about the doomers describing the end of work and killing of jobs. If we discourage people from being software engineers, we're going to run out of software engineers. And the same prediction 10 years ago, some of the doomers were saying that whatever you do, don't be a radiologist. Radiology is going to be the first career to go. The world's not going to need any more radiologists. Guess what we're short of? Radiologists. If we scare this country into thinking that AI is somehow a nuclear bomb so that everybody hates AI, if we scare everybody out of doing software engineering jobs because it's going to kill every software engineering job, and we don't have any software engineers as a result of that, we're doing a disservice to the United States. We misunderstand the difference between a job and the task. The job of a radiologist, patient care, task to read a scan. If we misunderstand that so profoundly, we're not going to have enough radiologists.
I'm not entirely buying that line of reasoning. Especially with the radiology example. If AI is competent enough in those sorts of tasks, yeah, you're not going to need radiologists. You're just going to need somebody to tell the patient. It's just going to be a doctor who does that with no radiology degree.
The idea that China won't be able to have AI chips is completely nonsense. The amount of energy they have is incredible, isn't that right? AI is a parallel computing problem, isn't it? Why can't they just put 4-10 times as much chips together? Because energy is free.
Energy is not free, and they're energy dependent, so...
They have so much energy. They do
not have much energy.
Data centers that are sitting completely empty, fully powered. They have ghost cities, they have ghost data centers. They have so much capacity of infrastructure, and their capacity of building chips is one of the largest in the world. Now, of course...
Yeah, and they suck.
Of course, if you ask me, would the United States be further ahead if the entire world had no compute at all? But that's just not an outcome. That's not a scenario that's true. They have plenty of compute already. The amount of threshold they need for the concern you're worried about, they've already reached that threshold.
I don't even know what he's talking about because we know for a fact China smuggles in NVIDIA chips that they're not allowed to have. So it's weird how he's saying that when we know they get a hold of a lot of these chips anyway.
And beyond. When you have abundance of energy, it makes up for chips. If you have abundance of chips, it makes up for energy. For example, the United States is scarce on energy, which is the reason why NVIDIA has to keep advancing our architecture and do this extreme co-design so that with the few chips that we ship, because the amount of energy is so limited, our throughput per watt is off the charts. But if your amount of watts is completely abundant, it's free. What do you care about performance per watt for?
But what in the fuck is he talking about? China is an energy-dependent country. That's why they're freaking out so bad about the whole Iran situation.
Then there's a question of, okay, well, can they actually manufacture enough chips?
But they do. Huawei just had the largest single year in the history of the company.
How many chips did they ship?
A ton. Millions. Millions is way more than Anthropic has.
Right, but as you know, the bottleneck often in training and doing inference on these models is the amount of bandwidth. So if you, HBM2, I don't know the numbers offhand, but like versus the newest thing you have, it can be almost an order of magnitude difference in memory bandwidth, which is
Huawei's
huge.
a networking company.
But that doesn't change the fact that you need EUV for the most advanced HBM.
Not true. Not at all true. You could gang them together just like we gang them together with NVLink 72. They've already demonstrated silicon photonics connecting all of these compute together into one giant supercomputer. Your premise.
Yeah, I don't believe Jensen Wang. He's kind of a lying jackass. Yeah. That kid is cringe as fuck. Read this thread. Universal high income via checks issued by the federal government is the best way to deal with unemployment. I don't know about that. Respectfully disagree. Doesn't address the sense of purpose issue. That's bullshit. A lot of people go to work. Oh my god! Everyone hates their job. Everyone wants to kill their boss. Everyone wishes they could do something else. That's the dumbest fucking horseshit I've ever fucking heard in my life. You can look up the rates of welfare fraud. The United States loses at least $60 billion per year in welfare fraud. The amount of people who are totally fine with not working, even though they have every ability to, and just take welfare, like, it's enormous. So the idea that, like, if people were actually motivated to go out and work because it gives them some sense of purpose, you wouldn't see those sorts of rates of welfare fraud. Total bullshit. Take that away and you're left with unlimited free time, meaning more Netflix, video games, consumption of X-rated content over doing something productive. That sounds like a win for me. Like, by the way, productive in what sense? Like, I don't think anybody thinks flipping burgers at McDonald's is productive versus, like, getting better at a video game, winning in Call of Duty, learning something from, like, some documentary on Netflix, or like reading, whatever, like any stupid nonsense that people like to do in their personal life. The idea that your average person would think flipping burgers is more productive than any of this shit, like, you're out of your mind. I love my free time when I get it, but if I don't work for it, I don't appreciate it. That's just total bullshit. If this guy won the lottery, he'd never work a day in his life. Too much free time without any structure might not be the best thing for humanity. Yeah, that's a cool story, dude. That's why, that's why, like, the richest people on the planet who don't fucking work and spend time on their yacht all day, they're the least happy people, right? Oh, yeah. It's fucking stupid. There are more than 11,000 Palestinian political prisoners being systematically tortured and abused by Zionist jails. Palestinian prisoners. Yeah, that's great. Nobody cares. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Random vids, $22 age verification is already hacked in 2 minutes. Democrats trying to block support, and this is crazy. People in the comments praising him for shooting over some accusation. What the fuck?
So the EU is rolling out an age verification app that is essentially mandatory, but guess what? It's already been hacked. They claim that this is all about protecting the kids, and don't worry, your information is going to be safe. Just trust us, bro. Well, guess what? Your information isn't safe at all. And someone actually proved it by hacking the system in less than 2 minutes. So if you guys didn't know, the age verification app is supposed to look something like this. It's basically something that they're essentially going to make mandatory in the EU, where they're going to have like this whole digital identity wallet thing. The whole thing and advertising behind this is they're like, oh, trust us, guys. This is going to be be way safer than sending a photo of your ID or an AI facial scan. This is all going to be open source, and you're not going to have to worry about any of your information being leaked. This is all about protecting the kid. Just trust us, guys. Trust us on this one. Well, what they want you to do is have like this age verification app on essentially everybody's phone in the EU, and you're essentially going to have to use it to do everything, including using social media. And the way that it's proposed right now, like I said, it seems pretty much mandatory. So yeah, a lot of people are obviously upset about this because, you know, we're entering this stage of the internet right now where you have to submit an ID or biometric data or an AI facial scan just to be able to breathe properly on the internet. And it's gotten to the point now where this isn't something local, where it's just in the EU or it's just in the United States. This is now becoming a global thing where pretty much every single country and state around the world is trying to roll out some form of national ID. And so the way that this system works is, yeah, you either use a national ID, a passport, or an ID card, or they want like some type of fingerprint or something. Basically, they want some type of information from you to essentially prove that you are you. It's like a really weird system. And so the way that it looks, it says like test credentials provider, and you either choose Form EU or Form AV. Like I said, it's like a really weird system, and it's just really invasive. We already know that they're just trying to harvest our biometric data to sell it to AI companies to do mass surveillance to make sure that they are watching their citizens and everything like that. And yeah, they're going to be trying to update this app and make it better or something like that. But as you can see over here in like this like prototype that's been released, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really seem that secure, and you're not going to have to worry about any of your information getting leaked. And what's us, guys? So yeah, now let's get to the actual hack. So security researcher Paul Moore, shout out to him, has demonstrated how the EU age verification app can be compromised in under 2 minutes with nothing more than physical access to a device. By editing the app's shared preferences file, an attacker can remove the encrypted PIN values, reset the rate limiting counter to 0, and disable biometric requirements entirely. The app then accepts a new PIN and grants access to the existing age verification credentials. His earlier analysis of the open source code also reveals that the app stores NFC biometric facial data and user selfies as unencrypted, lossless PNG files on the device. Deletion is incomplete, leaving the images at risk even after processing. So yeah, the whole age verification.
Dude, Europe is fucking gay and retarded as hell.
To discharge Senate Joint Resolution 32, providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed foreign military sale to the government of Israel of certain defense articles and services.
38. The clerk will report the motion.
The senator from Vermont, Mr. Sanders, moves from the Committee on Foreign Relations.
Mr. President. Recognize the senator from Vermont.
This is 48 minutes. You expect me to watch a dumb, rambling fucking grandpa try to, like, jumpstart his political career? Who the fuck cares? It's Bernie Sanders. The guy's a loser.
A local family is defending a man sitting in the Tarrant County Jail tonight after he allegedly shot another person last night in Fort Worth. They say he was not acting out of violence, but out of protection, after they claim the man approached underage girls in their neighborhood and tried to solicit them for sex. 33.
This does not look like a guy who would shoot somebody because he's trying to protect children.
3-year-old Marcus Renfro is being held without bond as investigators work to piece together exactly what happened. Fox 4's Vanya Castillo joins us live and picks up the story from there. Vanya?
Hi, Casey. Yeah, I think he deserves to be in jail.
Our kids are safer now.
33-year-old Marcus Renfro is in the custody of Fort Worth police after being accused of shooting a man in the groin. His family claims he was protecting his underage nieces from a man allegedly soliciting them for sex.
I see some commotion going on with my little cousins and stuff.
Dontavius Williams says he knew
Dude, black neighborhoods.
something wasn't right.
And my little cousin, them telling me that the dude said, oh, come back and smoke some meth with me. You know?
These are the most ratchet ass black people I've ever fucking seen in my life.
Me that the dude said, oh, come back and smoke some meth with me. You know, some drugs.
The family saying this wasn't the first time. Fort Worth police say officers had been called to the 3700 block of Century Palace on Friday morning after receiving calls of a man possibly under the influence and soliciting children for sex.
But we already been heard that certain dude been messing with other little kids around here.
That's when they say Renfro stepped in.
They exchanged some words. When Marcus was walking away, he just ran up on him like he was trying to approach him, like to hurt him in some way.
Police have not confirmed this version of the events. As officers arrived, they heard a gunshot.
And
okay. Thanks for the donation, Random Vids. Forgot my namification retailers. Does your idea of implementing eugenics include taking people's right to reproduce, or do you have a different solution, or do you think reproduction isn't a right? I wouldn't say reproduction is a right. Like, by the way, they do have a system like that, I think in Saudi Arabia, where in order to have kids, you have to verify that your partner isn't related to you with a genetic test. I think it's like Saudi Arabia or somewhere in the Emirates. So they do stuff like that. Yeah, I wouldn't say reproduction is just a right that you should have. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. Dodo donate $2 that digital ID crap is literally what China does. Yep. Why are we copying authoritarian China spying privacy invasion bullshit? Well, I think you just answered your own question. It's almost as if the liberal governments in all these territories are authoritarian fuckwits who are commies. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donate $2.
The day that DeepSeek comes out on Huawei first, that is a horrible outcome for our nation.
Why is that? Because, I mean, currently you can have a model like DeepSeek that can run on any accelerator. Why would that stop being the case in the future?
Well, suppose it doesn't. Suppose it optimized for Huawei. Suppose it's optimized for their architecture. It would put ours at a disadvantage. You described the situation. A company develops software, developed an AI model, and it runs best on the American tech stack. I saw that as good news. You set it up as a premise that it was bad news. I'm going to give you the bad news. That AI models around the world are developed and they run best on not American hardware. That is bad news for us.
But there's a reason they're buying it from you, right?
Because our chips are better. Can you acknowledge that Huawei had a record year? Can you acknowledge that a whole bunch of chip companies have gone public? Can you acknowledge that? Can you acknowledge that? You can also acknowledge that the fact.
This guy seems so uncomfortable and defensive in this interview. It's hilarious.
That we used to have a very large share in that market, and we no longer have the large share in that market. We can also acknowledge that China is about 40% of the world's technology industry. To leave that market, concede that market for the United States technology industry is a disservice to our country. Your argument starts from extremes, that if we give them any compute at all, we will lose everything.
No, I think what my argument
Those
is...
extremes, they're childish. They're childish. Yeah.
The idea is any marginal compute is helpful, right? So if you have more compute, you can train a better model. If the AI models that run on those chips are capable of cyber offensive capabilities, it enables a weapon of a kind.
The logic that you use, you might as well say it to microprocessors and DRAMs. You might as well say it to electricity.
It feels like you're making two different statements. One is that we're going to win this competition with Huawei because our chips are going to be way better if we're allowed to compete. And another is that they would be doing the same exact thing without us anyways, right? How can those two things be say true at the same time?
It's obviously true.
Dude, he fucking annihilated him in this fucking... It wasn't even an interview. It was a fucking debate. I saw some of this. Like, he just looks like a complete jackass.
In the absence of a better choice.
How is this guy almost a trillionaire? Like, fuck me.
So you'll take the only choice you have. How is that illogical?
But
it's so logical.
The reason they want NVIDIA chips is they're better. Yeah. Better is more compute. More compute means you can train a better model.
It's better because it's easier to program. We have a better ecosystem. But whatever the better is. And of course we're going to send them compute. So what? The fact of the matter is we get the benefit of developers working on the American tech stack. We get the benefit as those AI models diffuse out into the rest of the world. The American tech stack is therefore the best for it. We can continue to advance and diffuse American technology. That, I believe, is a...
This is like saying, let's ship nuclear weapons to China. Like, why?
Positive. It's a very important part of American technology leadership. The policy that you're advocating resulted in the American telecommunication industry being policied out of basically the world to the point where we don't control our own telecommunications anymore. I don't see that as smart.
Like what this guy is saying is just so fucking weird and delusional and unhinged, dude. He's never thought of any of this shit too deeply, clearly. Well, this one coffee tasting impacts the price of 38 pounds.
On September 16th,
Thank you, Sanders, for leading the way to stop military aid to Israel. Yeah. This guy is like literally a fucking dinosaur. Isn't he like 86 years old? Like, what is, I don't understand what the fuck he's doing. Like, fucking retire already, Grandpa. Like, what the fuck is he doing? Clash between Donald Trump and Pope goes beyond personalities about whether faith is used to justify power, blah, blah, blah.
You are a reverend. Yes. And have you been following this controversy around Trump and the Pope?
I have, and I'm loving every bit of it.
So how did it start? Was it first Trump criticizing the Pope for having criticized the war in Iran?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Thanks for asking.
I actually think it started much longer than that. I think that's a manifestation of what happened, but I think it started with Trump just being so demonic in his policies against the way that we are treating people in Gaza, how we are treating people in Cuba, how we are treating people around the world. And so this particular Pope is really setting an example that if you are going to profess being a person of faith, then actually understand who God is before opening up your mouth and saying that you speak for God.
That's right. Well, Trump thinks he's Jesus, right?
He is not of sound mind. He is not of sound reason to be leading the United States right now, and we need to actually have an evaluation of his mental capacities.
So when he put out that picture of himself as Jesus curing the sick, what did you think when you saw that?
Again, as a person of faith, this is what the Antichrist looks like for me in real time. And so there's no other way for me to say it.
And you're from Chicago, and the Pope is from Chicago?
I am from Chicago, so go Cubs. And
that makes me want to vomit in my own mouth.
On September 6th.
Oh, wait, whoops. That's way back. Way more Dems than Golden want to continue this war, but they know it's politically toxic to vote for this war, so Dem leadership gets Golden to be the one to vote to make sure this fails, blah, blah, blah. Certainly explain, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Fucking Code Pink. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Did she drink the Kool-Aid?
Thank you for having me tonight at this conference. I'm really glad to be here. When I chose the topic for today, I wanted to talk about how whiteness operates in vegan spaces that claim to actually oppose oppression. Now, as we meet today, for this conference, we are with.
Yeah, I guess. How do those people still fucking exist, man? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Do you regret supporting Bernie Sanders over Hillary Clinton in 2016? Yeah, fuck that guy. Absolute crazy deranged fucktard. I would, knowing what I know now, I would have much preferred Hillary over Bernie. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The second AI becomes a thing, these authoritarian governments instantly all jump on a bandwagon to introduce mass surveillance, mass censorship. Crazy how that works, man. They didn't give two shits about kids before this, but now all of a sudden they doing it.
And the dumb, fat, drunken, retarded masses all fall for it. So, yeah. But that's what happens, man. Thanks for that donation, too. Kid Boo donated $2. These just gonna be stupid fucking gross videos. That's not a gaming laptop. It's a shitty old netbook. Strikingly, young women are a lot more negative about the opposite gender than young men. Under 30 women are 3 times as likely to hold a negative view of young men than other way around. Just 35% of under 25 women hold a positive view, only 11% very positive. Yeah. That's kind of what you'd expect. It's weird how it's taken people that long to figure out that women have been the problem the whole time. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Sleepy donate $2 retard maxing. Well, he already looks like a retard.
Last July, because that's how efficient it became with my energy.
For the average person, that sounds absolutely crazy. And that's exactly why I'm also trying to understand like what's happening internally and what's happening in your mind, what's happening in your body, that how are you actually able to stay alive, and not just to stay alive, but look the way you look.
When we actually take account for every iota or unit of energy and invest it into life, we get a greater return than a deficit. Our actions are either reciprocating more life to us or we're operating in a...
He has really prominent gynecomastia. That could just be naturally formed, but that is a lot. Like, you can actually see the breast tissue jiggling around when he runs.
A deficit, and it's taking life from us, multiplied, compounded in every single action. Everything in our life has to be actualized, and if it's not, there will be many deficits all through our life, emotionally, mentally, cognitively, verbally, in our tonality, auditorially, in our volume, in our metrics, in the way that we move. Are we tripping a lot? If you trip, then you have to pick yourself back up. Being too unstable or having instability in your emotions, that cost you 20 years of your life. You could have lived an extra 20 years if you would have taken account for all that energy. Yes, it takes effort. Yes, it takes work, but at the end of it, you're a super cognitive genius and you're able to see problems before they happen, and you can redirect the trajectory of your life. So the whole purpose of all this stuff is not to eat, it's not to eat, but to get as much.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's ever done steroids, because that is very, like, especially on his right side, that is very prominent gynecomastia.
Energy as you possibly can, so you can pay attention. Anything that you can pay quality attention to will succeed. You're getting energy.
Yeah, you can, like, you can see a huge lump of breast tissue on both sides. That's way more than normal. I think he very likely did steroids before.
To pay attention so you can live in...
Yeah, like, look at that. It you can see it, like, hanging. I think he does steroids.
Success.
So, that guy obviously eats. He's not a breatharian. Wait, is this the same video we already... Oh, yeah, we already watched that.
True source, your essential unique code of you soul is in your urine. And when you spray it over your face, you basically prime yourself back to your primal blueprint, your unbroken energy field, and say, this is mine. I take back what is mine.
You know, it's absolutely terrifying knowing that there's people walking around who spray themselves with their own urine, and you can only, like, smell them, you know?
You take back what is yours, as Karaf always says, Karaf of Night. So, spraying my umbrella...
Very retarded. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy. Keto $8. What's a good vegan caffeine pill supplement that is third-party tested, doesn't contain any green tea traces, allergic? So it has to be pure caffeine, anhydrous. Most don't even list the type. Only one I know that makes it is Nutricos, but it's gelatin wrapped. I have no fucking idea, dude. No fucking clue. Oh, I have never looked into caffeine supplements. Thanks for the donation, though, Q.
1989, this grocery store in Webster, Texas, now an empty lot across from Burger King, had an unusual visitor, the soon-to-be president of Russia. Over the previous week, Boris Yeltsin had toured the Statue of Liberty, U.S. Capitol, and Houston Space Center. But none of that impressed him quite like this unscheduled visit to a nondescript supermarket. What amazed Yeltsin as he strolled past fully stocked aisles of frozen peas and spaghetti was just how normal it all was. None of the middle class.
Sleepy Donators, how can people be this ignorant? I think this might be the wrong Instagram link.
Hoda! Don't do it, Hoda. You're so mean.
Wait, slowly put it down.
Hoda! No, Hoda! No! Don't do it. No.
It's funny how cats can't help themselves.
Why are you like that?
He's scared.
Wow. It's a good cat. Wow. If they're not friends, then why are they friend-shaped? Oh my goodness. That's a beautiful polar bear. Oh my god, look at those paws. So big. Well, I think you gave me the wrong Instagram link, but thanks for the donation, Sleepy.
Class suburban shoppers he chatted with seemed in awe of the store's abundant selection of 30-some thousand items. For them, it was just another Saturday. He concluded that if his hungry, choice-deprived Soviet comrades could see what he saw, they'd start a revolution. Well, 30 years later, the shoe is now on the other foot. The 21st century equivalent to Yeltsin's grocery awakening might be an American's first encounter with Chinese high-speed rail. Close your eyes and throw 2 darts on a map of China, a country almost exactly the same size as the United States, and odds are you can travel between them, in comfort, at 200 miles an hour. There are now 31,000 miles of
Sleepy Donatiller is ranked #1 retard.
You hear so many stories about women using birth control and growing several cup sizes, but what's in birth control?
No, you don't. It doesn't do that.
Estrogen. I've actually had several of my customers report breast growth after eating beef ovaries, which also contain estrogen. Our reproductive organs store and produce hormones, estrogen and testosterone. It's the same in animals. So if you eat the reproductive organs in those animals, those hormones are actually bioactive and will be released in your body. Additionally, improve your body's ability to
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
produce your own hormones. So whether you're a girl, trans, femboy, you can get your hands on these beef ovaries for some testicular growth. We have some available on Frankie's.
You know, I don't know if there's like a law that would prevent him from saying something stupid like this.
StrangeMeat.com, and this is way healthier than the synthetic estrogens and birth control, which is dosed way too high, can actually harm your liver and cause long-term negative health effects.
There is literally no evidence that birth control causes liver damage. Why does he think everything damages your liver?
At this point, everyone knows about NoFap and No Nut November. What's funny is, if you Google it, it says there's no benefits, but there are clear mental and physical changes that happen depending on your jerking habits. Common saying for boxers is not to have sex the night before a fight, and most guys can easily notice a decline in physical energy after busting a nut. As men, a lot of the nutrients in our
Oh, dude. Just... Why does he even hide trying to be gay? Like, he doesn't know just how gay he is. Like, it's like watching an obese person on like My 600-Pound Life trying to convince people that they're not that fat. Like, no, Frank, you are that gay.
diet go to the production and health of sperm and semen. So basically, when you ejaculate, you're depleting your body of the nutrients it's been working on since last ejaculation. Obviously, you don't want to be jerking off every morning before you start your day, but there's also the sexual distraction. Post-nut clarity is real, and if all you're thinking about is sex, it's better to jerk off so you can focus as opposed to being distracted all day. The real issue is, when you're masturbating multiple times per day.
Well, thanks for the tutorial.
It's well known that solar ultraviolet radiation causes skin aging and skin cancer. The way this happens is through the cells being damaged, whether from the sun or tanning beds, specifically the oxidation of fatty acids inside the cells.
It's not oxidation of fatty acids inside the cells, it's oxidation of the DNA. It causes breakdown of DNA strands, you idiot.
Outside of the body, we know fatty acids in food are more or less prone to oxidation based on their type. The fats we've been told are heart-healthy, vegetable oils like corn.
It's like, since somebody told me about it, I can't unsee it. He literally has a teddy bear tattooed on his chest. I have to do it again. Oh wait, it's too small. Yeah, see, it's a teddy bear. He's just gotta complete the tattoo. There you go. Now it's better.
Corn and canola are incredibly prone to oxidizing compared to saturated fats like butter and lard, which only oxidize at incredibly high temperatures. Well, you are what you eat. And what do you think happens when the fatty acid profile of your cells turns into vegetable oil essentially after following a standard American diet for years? Your cells become vulnerable to this radiation, whereas a cell
they don't
composed of saturated fat will never become carcinogenic or damaged from ultraviolet light.
Oh, really? So why do black people exist? Like, what an actual fucktard. Like, by the way, omega-3 and omega-6 fats are essential fats that are non-saturated. So, like, you have to get in some amount of non-saturated fats in your diet. It would be literally impossible not to. So, like, from any perspective, this doesn't make any fucking sense. One, UV radiation damages your DNA. It's not just oxidation of, like, fat tissue in your body that causes, like, the cancer and damage. Secondly, even if, like, there's literally no evidence for what he's saying, none whatsoever. And three, even if it were true, you will have to get some amount of non-saturated fats in your diet. It's impossible. Just, like, he's just one of the biggest retards I've ever come across. Thanks for the donation, though, Sleepy. Random vids and $2. He didn't read comments. They really praising him for shooting probably innocent man over some accusation. No sentence, no arrest, no evidence. Presented, shot him for talking, which isn't a crime. How did society get to this?
A local...
Oh, well. Well, dude, as soon as you mention children, people just lose their fucking minds. Like, that's what happened with the Epstein thing, right? So, yeah, people are basically chimpanzees. Look, we're the same species that burned witches at the stake, right? It wasn't even that long ago, right? Like, I'm sure there's people whose great-grandparents or great-great-grandparents did that. So, if we're the same species that burned witches at the stake, what does that mean? We don't have any natural inclination for fairness, you know, innocent until proven guilty, wait until the evidence comes out. We're basically just chimpanzees, and we get emotional, and we want to fucking, like, burn somebody at the stake if they're accused of something. It's just kind of what humans are inclined to do. It's just, social evolution and people who are smarter than the average who came up with these ideas of, like, fair trial, innocent until proven guilty, and luckily we've created a system that basically keeps the chimpanzees in check, where we can't burn people at the stake anymore. But those same kind of behaviors and attitudes remain. You just have a lot of idiots who will, you know, go to the witch burning thing as soon as, you know, something triggers them, right? Thanks for the donation, though, Random Vids.
Are you watching any movies or animes with Pat lately? Are there ones you avoid watching because they remind you of She Who Shall Not Be Named, or ones you used to watch with that woman?
We've been watching anime. We've been watching Beastars. Beastars is really good. I like it. Pat likes Beastars too. And we watched a fair bit of Sailor Moon. I really like Sailor Moon. I love Pat. I'm gonna pet Pat. Thanks for the donation, SV.
High-speed tracks, more than the entire rest of the world combined. Enough to cross the continental United States east to west nearly 12 times over. The trip between Beijing and Shanghai, for instance, takes about 4.5 hours, and you don't have to worry about flight delays or airport security. The equivalent journey in America, New York to Chicago, takes 12 hours by car, or for the truly patient, 20 by train. For decades, visitors to China have marveled at its built environment. The lightning-fast trains, the futuristic skylines, and the shiny, colossal bridges. Just recently, there's been a high-profile wave of these visits as the country attempts to accelerate the very slow post-pandemic recovery of its tourism industry. And as Yeltsin discovered, there's something powerful, even radicalizing, about seeing others take for granted what you've been told is impractical or even impossible. Watching your fellow passengers play Angry Birds with complete indifference as if they weren't racing across the vast Tibetan plateau at 200 miles an hour. Meanwhile, $15 billion has already been spent connecting LA and San Francisco. After 16 years of lawsuits, false starts, and controversy, it's still unclear whether the project will ever see the light of day. China's success here is undeniable.
Ton donate tillers. This man commenced 315 and not a weak beta male, so don't click off. Reasons to bomb Iran. Okay, well, he cannot bench 315. So his ass is lifting way off the bench. He couldn't even get the weight off his chest without the guy helping him lift it off. That is not somebody you can bench 315. I don't even know why you'd attempt that if he was struggling that much. Yeah, funny. Another fucking beta male who can't fucking lift. Being a dumbass. Who would have figured, right? Because capitalism works, right? Well, fucking lot better than communism.
You're a capitalist? Don't you know that capitalism starved millions of people in Ireland? Don't you know capitalism starved millions in India? Don't you know capitalism starved millions in Bengal?
They didn't.
The people were literally forced to eat crumbs while the politicians lived in luxury. That's how capitalism works, bud.
He literally has no fucking idea what he's talking about. Absolutely none.
You need to study economics. Capitalism fails every time it's tried. It's always led to mass hunger. In America, people have to wait in bread lines for their food. And during COVID-19...
Oh, hungry Americans turn to food banks. They look hungry, right? Some of the fattest fucking people you've seen. Like, they have to be, like, she's like 100 pounds overweight. She's about 100 pounds overweight. This kid in the back looks overweight. That kid's overweight by like 40 pounds. Yeah, right. Capitalism works so bad that even poor people who can't afford food still get food and get fat. Okay, right. Oh my god. I guess there is a god law. Millions of bees have swarmed parts of Israel, prompting authorities to tell citizens to stay inside. That's great.
It clearly deserves credit for delivering on such a massive undertaking, particularly since the wealthiest nation on Earth so conspicuously has not. What's less clear, however, is whether it offers a lesson the rest of the world should emulate. Just as, for example, America's incredibly high per capita GDP fails on its own.
What's the,
You took my only food! Now I'm gonna starve!
Yeah.
Own to capture the trade-offs and weaknesses of its economic model, so too does the speed and scale of China's dazzling infrastructure miss some important context. The hidden costs absorbed.
Yeah, everyone's poor, they can't afford shit, and they have high-speed rail around some of the parts of the nation that they care to put money into. And it's not even very good. Like, their infrastructure projects are terrible. They get blown over by the fucking wind.
By those who actually live in the country and that remain largely invisible to you and I as visitors. Sponsored by Nebula, the exclusive of Xi Jinping. Here's a puzzle. How do consumers in China, a developing country, spend as much on luxury goods as those in America, the richest nation on the planet? Now consider that 85% of the Chinese population has at most a high school education. 85%. Education, to be fair, is a very crude proxy for wealth. Still, it's hard to believe the non-college educated workforce is buying all these luxury watches, Cartier bracelets, and designer handbags. The only way to reconcile these two divergent facts is extreme inequality. One segment of the population, 15% if we use college as a benchmark, is living a life on par with an upper-middle-class New Yorker or Parisian. They buy overpriced lattes, live in high-rise apartments with doormen, and work in white-collar offices surrounded by beanbags. The rest of the country is lucky to finish high school, which in China isn't free, and may never in their lives earn even half the minimum wage in West Virginia. In the United States, public schools are largely funded by local property taxes, meaning wealthier areas have better teachers, facilities, and opportunities. China has that same unequal system, except it goes one step further. Virtually all public programs are paid for at the local, not national level, from pensions to unemployment, healthcare, and education. Meaning the entire social safety net varies by region. Not even the poorest province is subsidized by the richest. And you can't just move. These geographic disparities are enshrined in law. 50 years ago, many Chinese workers, like their Soviet counterparts, were guaranteed employment, pensions, and benefits at state-run companies, in a system known as the Iron Rice Bowl. Both China and Russia suddenly ended this practice in the 90s, causing tremendous chaos. And both worried these millions of angry unemployed workers could rise up and threaten their grip on power.
Yeah, I have more confidence in the Mortal Kombat 2 movie being better than the Street Fighter movie from what I've seen. I didn't see any like social justice warrior nonsense bullshit in Mortal Kombat 1. They made some stupid decisions. Like, I understand they're restricted by their budget, but they just made dumb decisions. Like, they probably shouldn't have had Goro in the film, even though it would have made sense for, like, Mortal Kombat 1. But clearly some of the CGI effects really ate away some of their budget. There wasn't an actual tournament, which was really fucking weird. It was jarring having, like, they had a variety of sets at the beginning of the film, and things were going along at a pretty good pace. And then about halfway, you were just stuck in the fucking cave, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? And then there's just, like, random bullshit that happened where it was just, like, fight scene in the cave, fight scene in the cave, fight scene in the cave. And then he fought Goro in that one spot, and it was kind of awkward, and the main character was also a dipshit. I don't know why they even fucking had the guy in there. They should have just had Johnny Cage in from the beginning, but hopefully they fix some of the mistakes from the, first film. They had some good ideas, but yeah, the execution was kind of poor.
Russia's solution, pioneered by Vladimir Putin, involved striking a deal with elites. They'd be allowed to buy all...
The Street Fighter movie, though, that just seems fundamentally fucked from the ground up. Like, it's just retarded.
All these newly privatized, formerly state-owned companies at rock-bottom prices. To steal from the public treasury, to bribe officials, and even assassinate their competition. There was just one red line they couldn't cross: layoffs. A worker might be losing his company money while releasing asbestos into the environment for no discernible purpose, but he should never, ever be fired. China took a different approach, opting to rip the Band-Aid off immediately. Its 30 million plus laid-off workers were left on their own. They had to pack their bags, migrate to wherever there were jobs, and hopefully figure something out. To stop this sudden migrant influx from overwhelming the social safety net in the cities they moved to, China simply banned these workers, its own citizens, from accessing the public services their taxes paid for. This had the added benefit of preventing them from putting down roots, ensuring a permanent supply of cheap labor, a permanent underclass. To this day, Chinese citizens are registered in their place of birth in a kind of state-enforced caste system. Changing that registration, called hukou, is nearly impossible for poor rural workers. The professor and Chinese labor scholar Eli Friedman calls this an inverted welfare state. Workers have to prove they're rich enough that they don't need social services before they can access social services. The rich get things for free, while the poor pay out of pocket. Rural-born mothers and fathers working in cities must choose, for example, either to leave their child behind to be raised by their grandparents, or bring them and pay tuition at one of the low-performing private schools for migrant children. Meanwhile, not only do taxes fail to compensate for this inequality, they actively make it worse. Because China imposes a minimum social security contribution, the lowest earners are taxed at the highest rate. Top 1% earners pay about the same rate as those in the bottom 20.
That's kind of crazy. I guess that, it kind of explains some of their crazy work hustle culture. Because if there's this inverted U, you're going to be incentivized to make more money because then you end up paying less taxes too.
As a result, personal income taxes make up just 1% of China's GDP, a drop in the bucket, compared to 10% in the US. And despite most household wealth being tied up in real estate, there's no property or inheritance tax. China is one of the most unequal countries on the planet. And this is not merely a flaw or oversight, it's an essential component of its economic system. You do not get the 31,000 miles of high-speed rail without this labor exploitation that makes it cost-effective to build. This is all part of a single economic model that prioritizes construction at the expense of wages. Cheap, abundant labor and massive, labor-intensive infrastructure are two sides of the same coin. And inequality is not the only cost. Chinese citizens of all incomes and social strata pay for their shiny bridges and lightning-fast trains in many other ways too. Organizing, for instance, is effectively
Everything suddenly became way more green. Oh yeah, I was looking at a red screen for a while.
illegal. The only legal union, if you can call it that, is the All China Federation of Trade Unions, which answers to the government, not labor. When workers at a Honda factory in Guangdong began striking in 2010 in response to low pay and dangerous conditions, for example, the union sided with their employer. And where labor laws do exist, they're rarely enforced. The average Chinese worker now clocks in 47 hours a week, about the same as in 2006, more than every OECD nation except Turkey, and nearly 80% more than a worker in the Netherlands.
Yeah, Netherlands does not work. I think their average work week is like 30 hours.
With such a weak safety net to fall back on, Chinese families really have no choice but to
Emma donated $2. Sounds like China's a capitalist utopia. Ever since they opened up their economy, it became capitalist. Everything this video is describing is capitalism. You realize that? No, it's corruption from communism. That's all it is. You're a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, though.
save for a rainy day. At every level of income, Chinese households save more of their wages than others around the world. But the gap is largest among the poor. They know that if they lose their jobs, suffer a health complication, or get hit by a car, they're truly on their own. This is money, in other words, that they effectively can't use. The economist Michael Pettis sums this up nicely, quote, "The high savings model forces ordinary people to spend less so that the government and businesses can spend more." He calls the Chinese government's philosophy akin to trickle-down economics. Another way Beijing redistributes wealth from households to corporations is with interest rates. The return on money deposited in banks is kept artificially low, making it cheap for companies to borrow. Meanwhile, with so few places to invest their savings, families almost universally park their wealth in property, to the benefit of large developers and the local governments that sell the land. Finally, there's currency depreciation. To keep its exports competitive, Beijing has artificially reduced the value of the renminbi. Since its currency is worth less, Americans and Brits and Australians can buy more Chinese goods, subsidizing its manufacturing industry. But this also makes imports to China more expensive, driving up the price of its consumer goods. The average worker, therefore, experiences artificially low wages and artificially high prices. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx warns of an epidemic of overproduction and underconsumption. As workers become more exploited, their wages go down, which leads to cheap, abundant production. Yet, as an increasing share of this value is captured by their bosses, they can't afford to buy the very products they're producing. That's where China finds itself today. Between 1987 and 2023, the share of labor compensation relative to economic inputs in the real economy, in other words, how much of their labor workers actually get to keep, has decreased from 21 to 15%. If Chinese workers receive the same share of their labor as those in Canada or India or France, they'd have billions more to spend on healthcare, education, and consumer goods. Instead, and as a direct result of its cheap labor, low borrowing costs, and business-friendly environment, they get high-speed trains. Some may consider this a fair trade-off, but it certainly comes at a steep cost, one that falls almost entirely on those unlucky to be born in the wrong part of the country. For years, China has...
Hey, Gum Gum. Oh my god. How big this cat is. Guys, see how big he is? It's a good baby. It's a good cat smell. You're so big. You've gotten so big and handsome. You know I love my baby. You know that? You know I love my big baby. Mwah.
Has been urged to stop repressing wages and give workers a more generous social safety net, thereby increasing consumption. And this criticism has been levied from both political directions. Leftist labor activists, both in and outside of the country, call on China to live up to its socialist ideals, to shift its economic model from one focused on exploitation to one that respects and honors the power of workers.
Yeah, that's not what commies do.
Mainstream economists agree, though for different reasons. They argue China's current low-wage model, which is designed to maximize manufacturing and exports, puts it at odds with countries like the United States, which aren't always willing to absorb all these cheap imports at the expense of their own workers. A healthier, more balanced economic system would make Chinese consumers able to buy more of the things they produce. So why has China so stubbornly resisted, even going so far as to arrest Marxist and Maoist activists within its own borders? The answer to that question lies in the mind of Xi Jinping, who in 2021 warned that, quote, "We must resolutely guard against falling into the trap of supporting lazy people through welfarism." Ironically, in other words, his resistance to helping workers is not in spite of ideology, but because of it. But where does that ideology come from? If Xi is not a socialist as we typically define it, what does he believe in? Today, nearly 15 years since his rise to power, we know strikingly little about Xi, one of, if not the most powerful men on the planet. And that's why I'm releasing a brand new 3-part.
Emma, donate $2. Case in point, as I just said, this is about China's failings at capitalism, not socialism. That's great. Thanks for the donation. All right, Greg made a dumb video about steroids, so we're gonna watch.
Please come to my competition if you want to see me oiled up and bodybuilding trunks.
Bro, competition? He was just a little bit too big for classic physique, and so he had to literally starve himself to make himself get into the weight class. At that time, I wrote, why don't you just take less steroids? Less steroids equal less growth, and you can compete healthy, get an IFBB Pro card in classic physique, and compete against guys like...
So, notice the admission there. You can take steroids safely and be healthy. Weird.
Jurian Ryder.
That's nice. Thanks for that donation. Yeah, so Greg's admitting you can take steroids at lower doses, get performance-enhancing benefits, but stay healthy. Funny, because he tells everyone all the time, just take Turk, don't even bother with steroids. Spend $150 a month on Turk rather than less than half that on steroids and get better results.
Sam Sulik. But no, why would a 20-year-old ever want to listen to Coach Greg? And so instead of that, let's just up the doses. Let's go on bigger cycles than last time and put on so much muscle that we're taking perhaps 20 or more years off of our lives. Who wants to live when you can have bigger biceps than last time?
He has no idea if he's going to live 20 years less than he otherwise would.
And actually, I decided to do Q&A, and I asked him questions on Instagram.
He's fresh out of bed. He's basically sitting in his bed, and you can hear it in his voice. His breathing is laboring. He's tired. And
you can't.
And when you're breathing harder than last time, what exactly is the reason for that? Well, your muscles require oxygen. And so,
he's in a small room that's echoing, and he has a high gain on his microphone, so you're going to hear him breathing. Like, if I put my microphone up my throat, like, you're going to hear it, like, you're going to hear me breathe. It doesn't mean anything. So, yeah, hearing somebody breathe through a fucking microphone when they're in an echoey room where the microphone has a high amount of gain, that's not a metric for cardiovascular fitness. $2 you think new Elder Scrolls game is going to suck? Well, with Bethesda's track record, they already fucked up that stupid game, what's it called? What was that piece of shit they made? Starfield? So they fucked that up. They fucked up the release of Fallout 4 as well. That was... It's still buggy to this day. They re-released like an enhanced version of it, and they said they patched all of the bugs in it, and they didn't. There's still the same bug from day one release where the game crashes on the first fucking mission. It's insane. New Fable game looks horrible. I don't know if you've seen it. Yeah. They intentionally made the main female character look absolutely fucking hideous because beautiful women offend people. They got rid of good evil system for some reason. They might delay it again. Also, have you seen this new edit? I can almost guarantee you they're going to delay it. Xbox, for whatever fucking reason, they can't release any fucking games. They have no exclusives. None. I don't know what the fuck's going on with them. But Yeah, it's strange, and like they're owned by Microsoft. I don't know how the fuck they can have so much problems getting out new fucking games, but like they just can't do it.
What is this place?
Welcome to Skyrim, G.
You got caught speaking hate speech, right? Same as us. And that in wall over there.
Focus, D.
Hey, what are your pronouns anyway, homie?
Vizer. Vizer.
Happy Red Guard History Month, everyone!
Happy Red Guard.
Hey, handsome. Why don't you come a little closer so I can get to know you better?
Yep. I just hope the new Gears of War eventually comes out and is good. The new Forza Horizon game looks like it's going to be good, but other than that, I don't have much faith in Bethesda making any good games. They just seem to be fucking retarded these days. Thanks for the donation, though, too.
Since you play Black Ops 7, what are your thoughts on Dead Ops Arcade 4? If you've played, have you beaten the monkey or know anyone who has? It's hard as fuck. I can't make it past that small little tiny room round 40.
Yeah, my buddy is a crazy fucking autist at that game, and he beat the monkey on his own, just with a single player run. We tried doing a run, and we got to the monkey, but I think we got the monkey down to half health, and then we died. It's fucking bullshit. It's a little... I'm fine with the game being hard, but it's just way too fucking long. We were playing for almost 6 hours fucking straight. And you can't, like, save and come back or anything. Like, I think that's just crazy, forcing people to do, like, a straight 6-hour fucking playthrough. That's way too fucking long. It should be half that length. Thanks for the donation, though, Pika. Dodo donated $2. Can you challenge this person to a debate, please?
What's up, Papas? Today we're going to be talking about the vegan teacher. This ugly, fucking spooky, scary...
Is this kid, like, getting shielded from being bullied in school? Because growing up, I never saw any kids this fat who would have the audacity to call anybody ugly.
Skeleton called a little black doll the N-word. And says she's... I don't know. Intelligent, gorgeous. Dog. I'll show it like right here somewhere. I don't know. Then another thing on the N-word. She thinks like every race should be able to say the word. Like she's just...
I'd call this kid an N-word straight to his face.
I mean, she was born in those times, so. I found the vegan teacher herself. Say hello. That was the corniest shit I've ever done. But anyways, this was a really short video because this is my first long form, I think. So, yeah.
Yeah, kids are dumb. Yeah, I think I'd rather cage match him than debate him. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Which muscle do you think is tired right now? I mean, is he doing a bunch of squats, bench presses, and deadlifts? No. He's literally just sitting there and talking, and as he's talking, his heart, the muscle, the most important one of the human body, it's already fatigued, which is making him to breathe this hard. For him, talking is zone 2 cardio. For Coach Greg,
I don't think it is. I don't know if this guy has a YouTube channel or if it's just like Instagram.
Hey boys, so a long-awaited video right now, it's leg day, and I'm gonna show you how to get big legs. So first thing what we're gonna need is needle and a cord. No, actually I'm joking, you can have good legs naturally. I have good legs naturally. More than 2 years ago I was training hard, never skipped leg day. But right now I'm training legs only 1 time per 2 weeks.
He doesn't sound like he has trouble breathing.
Ooh. Yep. Yeah.
I really need to get a leg press machine. My left knee is just absolutely fucked.
Ooh. Fucking drop set. Yeah.
Dodo donated $2. Well, don't forget, last time you debated a child, it didn't end well for him.
So I have a question for you. Why aren't you carnivore yet?
Because I'm not a retard.
That's not an excuse. Why aren't you, you know, like there's 15 macronutrients missing from your diet?
No, there isn't. Do you know what a macronutrient is? There's only 3 macronutrients. There's protein, carbohydrate, and fat. So you're saying there's 15 macronutrients?
That are missing from
Yeah,
your
list the
diet?
15 macronutrients.
Okay, creatine, carnitine, casein, taurine.
Those aren't macronutrients. Those aren't macronutrients.
I'm just listing.
Do you know what a macronutrient is? It's either protein, carbohydrate, or fat. So name 15 macronutrients.
15 macronutrients.
They're not macronutrients. Those are micronutrients. So again, I asked you to name 15 macronutrients. Are you going to acknowledge you don't know what a macronutrient is? So do you want to change what you're going to say?
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Doughy Boy donated $2.18. Do you ever ponder your mortality? No, I don't really care. Living or dying doesn't really make a difference either way, so thanks for the donation, dude.
Yes,
Definitely got big beefy quads.
That's to grass. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, just feel it. Yeah. You know, full focus. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Like, it's just weird that Greg is claiming this guy has such a low amount of aerobic fitness he struggles breathing. Like, he wouldn't be able to train if that were the case. So, it's just fucking stupid. Sleepy, you don't need $2.
These are my testosterone levels right now as a lifetime natural bodybuilder. 485 nanograms per deciliter. For most natural lifters, the limit for how high your test can get without juice is around 1,000.
The actual natural range goes up to about 1,800. So it's rare, and it's especially more uncommon these days because there's probably some like weird environmental thing going on. But there's large prospective cohorts on this sort of thing. They use some like weird statistical math to basically make an average, and it worked out to around like 350 to 1,200. That's like the normal range. But when you actually look at individuals, the people with the highest testosterone, it actually peaks out around 1,800. So he, like, again, like, nobody really knows what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to this shit.
Remember that. This is the world's most honest steroid user. His blood work came back this month too, and his test levels were over 10,000. steroids work, flat out. If you took steroids for a year, you could add something like 10 to 20 pounds of muscle. That's 10 times what you'd gain.
No. So when you first hop on, especially when you're talking about somebody who's a hyper responder, you'd be expect to gain 20 pounds within the first 2 months. That's generally what you see from most IFBB pros. The first small little cycle they do, and you'll see plenty of people will give you this anecdote. It happened to me. Lee Priest talked about this. Who's the guy who's kidnapped by the drug cartels? Larry Pollock. There's the other guy, German bodybuilder, not Marcus Rule. He's a newer guy. Can't remember his fucking name, but you'll hear them all talk about running a steroid cycle where they're roughly taking about 200 milligrams a week. That could be nandrolone, testosterone, whatever. They generally gain 20 pounds of muscle within the first 2 months that they start using. That's what happened to me. I was using 210 milligrams of testcypionate at the time, per week. And I gained 20 pounds of muscle in only 2 months. So no, you don't gain 20 pounds of muscle in a year. You gain 20 pounds of muscle in 2 months. Then after that, it slows down. Again, it kind of depends on how you escalate dosages and all that shit. Sure, if you start blasting like fucking 2 grams a year, you might be able to maintain that progress. But if you care remotely about your health, you just slowly escalate the dose. And what you'll expect to find is like, again, around like 5-10 pounds of muscle gain pretty consistently for years on end. But no, when you first hop on, that's when you're going to get the most amount of growth generally, and it takes you about 2 months to put on 20 pounds of muscle, assuming you're a hyper responder.
From creatine, but steroids might make you dumber. MRI scans revealed that the brains of steroid users aged faster than the brains of naturals. They can also...
When they say shit like this, it is so incredibly fucking misleading. You'd expect to find something like this when you're taking steroids that block your sleep, like fucking 19-Nors, particularly trenbolone, and there's evidence that it's directly neurotoxic. What about testosterone, right? Like, what steroids are we talking about? So with all these fucking studies, they don't do any randomized trials on these things. They're just looking at cohorts. A lot of these are cross-sectional as well, so they're not even prospective. And they're just looking at environmental associations. And when you generalize, oh, well, steroids versus non-steroids, well, there's like about a dozen commonly used anabolic androgenic steroids that, you know, enhanced athletes use. So what steroids are we talking about? There's 3 basic classes. There's testosterone derivatives. There's DHT derivatives. They're technically not DHT derivatives, but whatever. And 19-Nors. They all do different things, and like they'll affect your sleep in different ways, mood in different ways, metabolism in different ways. So like, what the fuck are we talking about here? And in a lot of these studies, they rarely ever control for confounding variables. So are they also using other drugs? It turns out to be the case that steroid users do often, like more oftenly use other recreational drugs. And there might be a reason for that. One of the reasons might be, well, they're using drugs in the first place, so they're just going to be more prone to using other drugs and experimenting with shit. And 2, steroids affect your dopamine receptors in your brain. They're dopaminergic. So if you do drugs, you're likely going to get more of a perceived benefit from the drugs. They'll make you more high or feel more good, and you're going to be more motivated to keep using them. So, like, what are we fucking talking about here, right?
So cause acne, hair loss, heart problems, anxiety, paranoia.
Again, what steroids, what doses, like, again, this is just reported side effects that, like, people say they have. It's just, like, it's ridiculous.
And seemed to shorten your lifespan. A new study found that steroid users had 2.8 times the death rate of natties.
Again, these are just environmental associations. Like, what did they adjust for? Did they adjust for the type of steroids used? Did they adjust for other drug and alcohol use? Did they also make adjustments for things like blood pressure, cholesterol, other risk factors? No, these are just like very basic, silly environmental associations. So show me randomized trials. And again, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of research on this. But there are plenty of randomized trials on testosterone, and testosterone seems to be extremely safe. Overall, it seems to cause beneficial changes in your lipid parameters. It seems to be good for lowering ApoB and ApoA, which is particularly atherogenic. Doesn't seem to cause blood pressure changes on average. Some people might get a temporary blood pressure increase, but it tends to level out and just go back to normal over time as your body adjusts. So, like, again, it's just fear-mongering, like, fucking bullshit from somebody who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Thanks for the donation, The Sleepy.
I like when women wear those dresses where you can see the sides of their tits. Like the skin is exposed on the sides of their tits and pretty much only the nipples and maybe the cleavage are covered.
Yeah, it's cool. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Fat doesn't lift the weight. Muscles do. Slow cut is the way. You'd maybe stop fainting doing a rep on OHP. LLLLLLLU. Hurrah. You. Hurrah.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Smash You on your head.
Zone 2 is riding at a comfortable pace for 100 kilometers. For him, it's talking. And he's 20. Already, his heart is unable to keep up with the demands of his body. I mean, if it was...
Smash You on your head, donate $2.
What's going on here? Oh, Dark Lord Raccoon has returned.
That's cute. Thanks for the donation, dude.
He wouldn't be laboring in his speech. What 20-year-old should sound this much out of shape? You would think he was 350 pounds of...
He's not out of shape. He doesn't have trouble breathing. You're just making shit up because you're a fucking idiot. Forgot my namification. Donate $2. How often do you order steroids? Often enough to keep taking them. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Fat that he was morbidly obese and out of shape. But he's a 20-year-old athlete, and already it's looking bad. And so when you use steroids, it's bad for not only your liver, but also your kidneys.
No. Depends on what steroids you're taking. There's steroids that are non-toxic. Your own body produces steroid hormones. Are you damaging your liver by having hormones? Like, it's just retarded.
Can dramatically worsen the effects on your heart and require to breathe even harder than last time.
Currently it's Sunday and my weight has been 281 pounds, 127 kg, fasted.
281 pounds. He's 5'9". That means he's morbidly obese. Now, his
No, it doesn't mean he's morbidly obese. If you look at a BMI chart, yeah, he'd be obese according to a BMI chart. But a BMI chart doesn't determine obesity. Look, if everyone exercised and lifted weights, the average person would have more muscle mass as a proportion of their total body weight, and they would have to adjust BMI charts accordingly. So the BMI is just based on an average person who's relatively sedentary and doesn't train. So obesity is actually determined by your body fat percentage, not BMI, and even people that are within the quote-unquote healthy BMI range are often obese. In fact, the majority of people who are within the quote-unquote healthy BMI range are obese.
Body fat percentage is low, but because of his weight, The heart, it doesn't care. He has so much muscle that the heart is having to work overtime.
So I'm really growing.
So, being a certain weight doesn't necessarily put strain on your heart. The biggest modifiable risk factor for left ventricular hypertrophy or cardiomyopathy is high blood pressure. So if you can keep your blood pressure low, you have a pretty good chance of not having heart enlargement that's maladaptive. Other than that, it's pretty much just genetics. Some people are prone to it, some people aren't. That's why you see a disproportionate amount of male collegiate athletes that have left ventricular hypertrophy. It's just because being male and having the genes for it and being active just makes you more prone to it. But if you can keep your blood pressure in the healthy range, and you have the right set of genes, you're not going to experience LVH or maladaptive heart enlargement. Ian Valaire commented on one of my Instagram posts about this. He got up to 300 fucking pounds in the off season. Massive fucking bodybuilder. Took a fuck ton of steroids. He never had maladaptive cardiomyopathy.
I'm becoming mass monster, so I think if I would reach 130 kilos, it's 286 pounds, I could be called as mass monster for my height. I'm 5'9", 176.
He's 281, but to be a mass monster, he needs to be 286 because that 5 pounds is such a big difference. I mean, if he were to only gain 4, not a mass monster. Gains 5, oh, now you're big.
Old school method, and I'm very sweating right now because I hold a lot of water weight, so yeah. So as you know, guys, this thing helps me cool down.
And so he has to sit there with the fan. All day long. Coach Greg, I walk around with a fan. But that's because I'm going in a hot environment. Perhaps I'm on vacation. I'm in a very hot day. It's 30 degrees, 90, whatever. Or I'm doing cardio. I remember a person back in the day that had to walk around with a fan. He was labored in his breathing. He had a difficult time moving on. His name is Greg Kovacs. Do you know this man? Former body...
Greg Kovacs got up to 400 pounds in the off season, so...
bodybuilder, competitive, from Canada. He's no longer with us.
Yeah, so he got up to 400 pounds in the off season. I knew a guy who fucking knew him. He would literally sit at home all day, having his wife make him meals while he watches fucking TV. So that's the only way he could get up to that weight, and then he'd just go to the gym, go back home, lay on the couch, have his wife make him meals, and just keep eating. So you're comparing this person who has a lifestyle and just an absolute size that is way beyond the fucking person you're fucking talking about, and you're using that as an example of somebody who if you do this, you're going to die. Well, again, he's not 400 fucking pounds. He's 280 pounds. And he's also not sitting at home all day on the fucking couch with his wife making him meals.
Why do you think that is? He was too big, abusing steroids, abusing growth hormone, and that is the net result. Already...
He died from congestive heart failure.
My opinion, remember, I'm not a doctor, is that he needs a beta blocker at only age 20. Now, he could, for example, be prescribed Nebivolol, could pick that up at AlgoRx. He could click the link in the description, use code GREG.
So Dr. Greg Doucette doesn't know anything about this guy's blood pressure or heart rate and is saying that he needs Nebivolol to lower his heart rate.
Greg, get a discount? As AlgoRx, they not only check out your blood work, they have doctors that prescribe you needed medications. What exactly do you need? What he needs, in my opinion, is to cycle off. Perhaps he could go on enclomiphene. Perhaps he could stop abusing his body to this extent. And in the future, perhaps he could abuse.
Why would he go on enclomiphene? It's a fertility drug. Again, Greg isn't a fucking doctor. Why is, it's just bizarre.
Steroids, but why do so young? He's 20. He hasn't nearly reached his natural genetic potential, and so why would he have used steroids so young?
I don't know. Some people want to make gains and make a career out of like social media and stuff rather than working a shitty 9-to-5 job that they fucking hate.
Yeah. So as you know, guys, this thing helps me cool down. I don't have.
Okay, now he's having trouble breathing. I don't know what
see, I'm not that rich.
I mean, he can't even complete a sentence. He's like a moving walrus here. He's pivoting around, falling down, fall back. He doesn't even have control of his limbs. He states that he's poor. He doesn't have a lot of money. How is he affording all the growth hormone, the steroids, and so on?
So steroids are dirt fucking cheap. I would bet you this guy is spending less money on steroids than a lot of Greg Doucette's own audience is spending on his supplements. So if you're a natural lifter, you're probably taking protein, supplements, creatine, and if you're a Greg Doucette fan and you're a dumbass, you're probably taking his stupid Turk Builder. That would probably total to around $250, $300 a month just with those supplements alone. I don't know exactly what doses he's taking, but again, testosterone is just ridiculously dirt fucking cheap. So is nandrolone. Not sure if he's taking nandrolone. Tren, dirt fucking cheap. The only steroids that are expensive right now are Primobolan, and Masteron prices have gone up just because of the shortages. But the basics that most everyone uses, Test, nandrolone, Tren, Boldenone, they're dirt fucking cheap. If he was taking mammoth ridiculously high doses, he'd probably be spending like maybe $150 a month, like taking about 2 grams of gear per week. If that. Like, even if you're poor, you could probably afford that. And with growth hormone, prices vary wildly. If you're taking cheap Chinese growth hormone at like wholesale prices, 100 IU kit might only cost you like $60 to $80. If you're taking like, you know, the quote unquote top tier pharmaceutical stuff, like, what's it called? Serostim. That comes in packages of 28 IU vials, and that costs a little over 20 grand a month. Nobody can afford that unless you're Liver King. So he's probably just getting cheaper Chinese growth hormone and probably spending like maybe $100, $150 a month on it. Again, it's not that much. Even if you're poor, like, let's just assume he's taking very high doses of like steroids and maybe lower doses of growth hormone because he's kind of broke. You could assume he's spending like at most like $300 a month, maybe a bit less. Again, even if you're not making that much money, you can probably get by taking that. So it's not like they're very cheap drugs. Very, very cheap. Dodo donated $2. Can we watch the Destiny video soon? Yeah, we'll watch it soon. Don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. What's this?
Do you think that the left of your party, do you think that your party, I'll just amend my statement, do you think your party has a problem with anti-Semitism?
Sure, definitely. I mean, the guy that's going to win the primary in Maine has a Nazi tattoo on his chest, and that's no problem for a lot of voters. So I don't know why that's crazy. And now, I mean, we know he knew what that was. I mean, if you're back over 12, 13 years cheering about the death of Israeli soldiers, I mean, you clearly have a serious issue, and the left has a serious issue with anti-Semitism, and they're just palling around someone like Hassan Piker, you know, the guy that absolutely, I mean, he absolutely is proud to cheer for Hamas, loves Hamas. I mean, you know, the Democrats are proud to stand with him and campaign with him. You know, like Go ahead, try to win Pennsylvania, and campaign around Hassan Piker saying, yeah, America deserved 9/11, or Hamas is 1,000% better than Israel, or I don't care about the rapes, and for all these other things. I mean, we have a serious problem with my party.
Well, Fetterman's a dumbass, but he sure as fuck is right about all that. Pretty base take. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
If he has no money. Last I checked, steroids are not cheap. In particular,
no, steroids are very cheap.
Growth.
They're literally cheaper than the fucking supplements he sells.
Growth hormone.
Growth hormone is not a steroid, it's a peptide.
Hormone costs more than everything. And so when he says he has no money.
I am literally spending right now about as much on growth hormone as Greg is charging for his Turk Builder supplement. So I think people have done the math. His supplement, if you include shipping and all that crap, you're looking at a little over $150 a month. So
he fits the profile, lol.
Who does? Thanks for the donation, Anon. So, yeah, Greg is lying. So, funny how the guy who keeps telling people, don't take steroids, take my Turk Builder supplement, he's selling a supplement that's more expensive than fucking steroids. So, it's just a joke.
Money. I personally don't believe it. Perhaps at 281 pounds, he's doing okay. I personally don't think so. But as he continues to put on more weight, how long do you think before he's 300 pounds? 350 pounds. The more weight he puts on, the harder it's going to be on his heart. And whatever areas of the body cannot receive proper blood flow, they're eventually going to die off. Will it be in his brain, his stomach? Who knows?
Like, what the fuck is he talking about? There are people who are on my 600-pound life who are in their 40s. They're 600 pounds or more, and they're in their 40s. Like, and this guy is like saying, oh, he's 280 pounds now. If he gains another 20 pounds, he's just going to drop dead. How does my 600-pound life exist? Some of those people are over 800 pounds. Like, he's just so massively overblowing the risk of body weight. Like, yeah, it's probably bad at his height to be at that weight. Like, it's not good for you. But considering his age, like, he's young, so his, like, overall, like, body is more robust than somebody who's, like, 60. Like, if he was, like, in his 60s or older, and he was 280 pounds, that would be a bigger problem than being 280 when you're fucking 20. So, like, it's just so fucking retarded. And then this guy's like, oh, he's 20 years old. If he gains 20 more pounds, the blood flow to his brain is going to get cut off and he's going to drop dead. What the fuck is he talking about?
Please come to my competition if you want to see me oiled up and with bodybuilding trunks. With blue ones or maybe red ones or pink. Alright, so
Bro is very much concerned with how many people are going to attend his competition, but what he should be worried about is how many people are going to be going to his funeral.
Because you know that Las Vegas nights, brother.
Give me a fucking break.
After that competition, you know what's gonna happen, you know, that's all the strips, Las Vegas Strip.
And so he's more worried about what he's going to be doing after the.
So, like, by the way, Hofthor, I think when he deadlifted, what did he do recently? 510 kilos? I'm pretty sure he was like 450 pounds. Now, Hofthor is like 6'9" or 6'7", I can't remember. But, like, Hofthor is about my age. Yeah, isn't he like 36 or 37, something? Yeah, 37. So he's 3 years older than me. So yeah, you're gonna die any moment now. Like, just give me a break.
The competition in Las Vegas, going to strip bars, down the strip, whatever, than his health? I mean, he's got whatever amount of months to prepare for this competition, and already his brain is going to, after the competition, what he's going to do. Bro, you need to live for now, because you don't have many years left.
I don't remember. There will be FIBO in Germany, Cologne.
Again, he's fucking 20. Like, the idea that he's just gonna just suddenly drop dead is fucking ridiculous.
So I will be at Expo and also record a vlog video for you guys. How I'm living in Germany, how I'm meeting German baddies. So please stay on this channel and subscribe.
Seeing as he likes to fly around, he's going for the German baddies. He can't wait to meet up with his fans. Since you like getting on planes so much, you need to be on some blood thinners. We don't want you to get a pulmonary embolism. That's because bro is 281 pounds. He's out of breath. He's on performance-enhancing drugs. He's not cleared to fly. This is dangerous. And so the reason for this is because he's hypercoagulable. He's not the average.
So, hematocrit does not determine blood clotting risk. It's a very, very poor metric. You can actually find studies on this. There are people who have a hematocrit in the 70s that have lower blood clotting risk than people who have hematocrit below 50. It's a complex interaction between, like, density of blood cells and platelets and other factors. It's not like, oh, you have high hematocrit, you're going to get a blood clot. It doesn't work that way. If high hematocrit determined clotting risk, then everybody in Stittsville, Colorado would be dropping dead of strokes and heart attacks because they're living at, 5,000 feet? People in the Himalayas, same thing. You will very frequently see them have hematocrits in the 70s. It's just a normal adaptation to high altitude or to training and anabolic steroids. It's just a normal thing that fucking happens. So it doesn't determine your risk of blood clots.
Bro, he has more dangers of forming a clot.
No, the only way to determine that is to get a clotting test done, you fucking idiot.
Inspiration is my dad. My dad was a bodybuilder back in Arnold era, 1972.
Admirable. He was inspired by his dad, who competed perhaps 50 plus years ago. But he did appear to have a natural physique. And so why not follow in your father's footsteps? Compete natural.
Because you'd be a loser and it's a waste of fucking time.
Compete in classic physique. This is, in my opinion, the way that it should have gone. You could have stayed natural. You could have continued to get bigger, gotten better, competed in classic physique, gotten your IFBB Pro card, and avoid.
Show me one person who's gotten an IFBB Pro card naturally.
Avoided using the growth hormone, the insulin, the higher doses of performance-enhancing drugs, and had a long and healthy life. But instead, you looked up to your true idol, Nick Walker. I mean, if you want to look like Nick Walker, there's no harm in wanting to. The problem is, the harm is in doing it. If you want to look like that, and you train, and you look at his photos, it's cool. But when you actually become that, your life expectancy, it goes down.
My favorite bodybuilder, I would say, is Nick Walker and Dallas McCarver.
Dallas McCarver's not alive anymore. Their favorite bodybuilders, between Nick Walker and Dallas McCarver.
Guess what? There's a lot of astronauts that aren't alive anymore because their fucking rocket ship blew up. Are you going to tell people don't become an astronaut because you could get sent into space and die? Like, it's just whatever. If it's what he wants to do, it's what he wants to do. And Dallas McCarver is a fucking idiot. He had a history of heart disease in his family. I don't think an autopsy actually determined his real cause of death. I know there was some speculation that people thought he choked on his food. I don't think that was the case. But he did have very clear heart enlargement. He did grow to a ridiculous size very quickly at a very young age, so it very likely had something to do with his drug use. Who knows? But yeah, great. Nick Walker died. What does that have to do with him?
You're choosing 50% of them are not even alive anymore? He was in his 20s. This could and may in fact be you.
But please consider, guys, don't do this. Please don't copy my cycle. It's very bad because everyone's body is different and you will react to some compounds not the same and you can get like side effects.
And so notice all the warnings, all the don't do this, all the this is stupid, this is bad.
Yeah, Greg will say natural's better, but he'll plug his TRT clinic. Yep. Well, he literally admitted at the beginning of this video he could just take lower doses of steroids and stay healthy. So a lot of conflicting messaging. Steroids are bad. Steroids are safe at lower doses. Go to my TRT clinic. Pay for my services for testosterone. Don't go on testosterone. Just take turkesterone. Like, it's just fucking retarded. Like, the guy is just a money grubbing lying dickhead.
But he can't take his own advice. And so that is the problem with bodybuilders. Don't do as I do, do as I say. He's telling all his fans who he's willing to coach and he can tell you how to get big, who don't take.
This is a lie. Total straw man. He said, don't copy my cycle because everybody's body responds differently and what I'm taking isn't necessarily right for you. That is entirely different than saying, I'm doing this for me, don't do what I'm doing because it's dangerous. So that's a complete straw man. So Greg's just a dishonest lying jackass.
Take the steroids that I'm taking, but yet you're looking the way that other people want to look. They want to put on the muscle. They want to put on the size. They're not going to hire you and say, hey, could you please explain to me how to put on muscle natural? He's 20 years old. He doesn't know how to put muscle on natural. He only knows how to put on muscle by doing steroids. He's 20, doesn't have the life experience to.
You go to the gym, lift weights, and you eat. That's how you put on muscle. I think people who don't even train know that.
Coach anyone. And if you think you can just learn from this guy to copy him, well, you could perhaps copy from, well.
By the way, this idea that if you take steroids, you're never going to learn how to train properly, I think is completely the fucking opposite. I think if you take steroids, it's easier to learn how to train properly. And the reason for it is you notice like what benefit you're getting from training much faster. So because natural progress is so fucking slow, you could be doing a training routine for months and months and months, not know if it's really working or doing anything. And then by the end of it, you just realized you wasted a bunch of time. But with steroids, the progress is much faster. So any adjustments that you make to training that are either beneficial or positive, you'll notice it faster. So I totally disagree with that idea.
Well, you could perhaps learn how to ruin your health, but what else is he going to tell you? You know, I don't want to be overly insulting here, but what do you think a 20-year-old kid that doesn't give a shit about living, that he's already out of breath, what could he possibly teach you?
I'm doing 500 tests right now, a weekly, 500 mast.
400 test, 500 mast.
Week.
500 milligrams.
So he's on, I don't know if that's, Greg cut him off. So 900 total anabolics, which isn't, it's high, but it's not particularly high given his body weight. And another thing to note, Masteron does not increase your red blood cell count, and it does not raise your blood pressure. So Greg is talking all this fucking shit about, oh, his hematocrit's through the fucking roof and all this shit. I'm on more testosterone than this guy is right now. I'm on 525 milligrams test per week. And I'm on 105 milligrams Boldenone. Both of those compounds raise your red blood cell count. My hematocrit has not gone over 48. So, again, some of the shit he's saying is just fucking retarded. My blood pressure has also remained about 110/70 or lower. Now that I started dieting, my blood pressure is starting to dip a bit more. I measured it a couple days ago. It was 100/50. So he's only on 400 test, and the other steroid he's on doesn't raise your hematocrit, doesn't produce red blood cells, and isn't associated with blood pressure increases. You can also look at randomized trials on test. Even doses up to 500 milligrams, there is not a statistically significant difference between the control group and the test group in terms of blood pressure changes. So testosterone is extremely safe, even in higher doses. What this guy is saying he's doing, like at least right now, is not that extreme.
Of test and 500 milligrams of Mastron. Honestly, this is an intermediate cycle. It's not ridiculously high. It's certainly not a beginner cycle, but it's not mind-blowing as in, oh my goodness, I can't believe he's taking so much. Many people are using this amount of steroids, and most people...
Yep, it's not that high.
...with as much muscles as him are actually taking more. But does that mean it's okay? If somebody were to say, hey, I'm sniffing creatine. Oh, well, that's good.
Like, Greg can talk all the shit he wants. He has admitted that he's not taking that much steroids. The steroids he is taking, in the doses he's taking, you wouldn't expect it to cause any big health problems. And Greg doesn't know anything about this guy's blood work, his health issues, or lack thereof. And he's just saying, oh, well, you're going to die. Like, it's just retarded.
Good. Way to go, because at least you're not injecting crack. I mean, think of it. Does that make sense? And so just because it's not the worst cycle in the world...
Tell me one fucking problem with it.
...doesn't mean that it's at all okay.
Then every day 8 units of growth hormone. Yeah, that's why my nose grew so much.
8 IUs of growth hormone.
That's not particularly high.
8! I mean, like, where is he deciding to do all this? 8 units of growth hormone? I didn't take growth hormone until I was close to my mid-30s.
Yeah, so Greg, he only competed at, like, what, 200 pounds? He's a small guy. He's like 5'6".
Bro's 20. The 8 units of GH is worse than the entirety of the steroids combined.
No, it's not. Growth hormone is probably safer.
It is ridiculous. It's astronomically high.
It is not astronomically high.
Needs to cut this out. After hearing
what is he basing this on? Why is 8 units of growth hormone worse than 900 900 milligrams of total steroids?
What he's taking, most likely the reason he's out of breath is because of the growth hormone. More so than...
No, growth hormone doesn't make you out of breath.
The testosterone, the mastrone, the growth hormone, it's ridiculous. Now, how safe do you think growth hormone is? Well...
Extremely safe.
Let's consider this. I'm 50, and I'm going to be 100% honest. If I thought that taking growth hormone was safe, I would be on it right now.
Oh. So because Greg isn't doing it, that means it's dangerous. Okay.
Think of it. I have millions of dollars. It wouldn't even make a dent. I can afford any supplement that I would.
Well, guess what, guys? Greg doesn't do roller skating, so I guess if you do roller skating, you're going to die.
Would like, but yet I'm still not taking it. I value my health, and I also like to have big muscles. I like to race faster on the bike. I like lifting heavy weights in the gym. And so if I'm not taking it, and I'm...
The primary risk with growth hormone is how it affects insulin sensitivity. If you take it in high doses for long enough, you can see some people develop diabetes from it. But steroids improve your insulin sensitivity. So does physical exercise and having more muscle mass. And he's only 20. So I don't think he's going to become diabetic anytime soon. Otherwise, there's research on growth hormone. It's extremely safe. It's an FDA approved drug. They give it to elderly people who have just physical issues like muscle wasting, joint pain, sleep problems, issues with recovering, and just weakness in connective tissue. They do give it to people for recovering from surgery. They've usually given it in very high doses to HIV and AIDS patients. And again, there's like decades of fucking data of people using it long term, and it's remarkably safe. And in AIDS patients in particular, they're prescribed massive fucking doses, 18 IUs per day. That is the standard fucking dosing protocol for people with HIV/AIDS. 18 IUs per fucking day. He's only taking 8.
50 years old, been coaching athletes for over 30 years, thousands of athletes, then don't you think there's a reason for that? Like, really think?
Yeah, the reason is it's expensive, and you're not going to tell a client to use it if they can't afford it.
Think about it. If I'm not taking a specific supplement, is there maybe a reason for that? Because I want to get the gains. And so if I'm not doing this, then why is he? And 8 units at 20 is stupid. Listen.
He can't even come up with a single argument for why it's dangerous. Show us the research, show us the safety data, show how bad it is. Oh, you can't.
What you do is you take the lowest dose that makes you happy. Why isn't he taking 3 units? Maximum 5. Oh my goodness.
I'm taking 5 units on training days right now.
Does he really need 8? If he needs 8 units of growth hormone at the age of 20 to put on muscle, how many is he going to take at 25?
He doesn't necessarily need to take any more.
40 units? I mean, where does it end? And so he...
Why are we assuming that he's going to take more?
Didn't need this much. Bro competed about 75 pounds lighter than he is right now. And so did he really need to put on 75 pounds in a matter of months, or could he have not stretched out those gains? He should have listened to Coach Greg. He should have stayed in classic physique, turned professional, and then he could have added on 10 more pounds of muscle on minimal doses. Perhaps just HRT. Who knows? He may have the best genetics in the world. We don't know how much muscle he can put on. And so he continues to train naturally.
I don't know why he'd do that when he has specific goals that are different from yours. This is like me saying, Greg, you could have gone to Africa and saved starving children, but instead you're selling scam fucking supplements that don't do jack shit so that you can enrich yourself with Lamborghinis and Ferraris. It's like, okay, well, I don't want to do that. I want to make money and drive fast cars. So he doesn't want to stay in classic physique. He doesn't want to just take HRT. He wants to look like Nick Walker. It's what he wants to do.
At least on the lowest dose that makes him happy, until he's older, and then when he can no longer put any more muscle, then he introduces the growth hormone. You don't add all these compounds when you do not need them. Plus, bro said he was...
What determines a need basis? There's a lot of benefits to growth hormone. It's amazing for sleep, especially if you're taking compounds that interfere with sleep. You'd get a benefit from growth hormone in that regard. It also strengthens connective tissue. So if this guy's able to grow nearly as much off growth hormone, but his connective tissue is weaker than it otherwise would be, and he's more prone to injuries, well, taking the growth hormone would prevent that. Like, why? Like, what determines the need basis?
Was poor. 8 units of growth hormone a day? This is ridiculous.
Then insulin, 8 units pre-workout, 15 units post-workout.
The 8 units of growth hormone, he already says his nose has gotten bigger.
Your nose is a very vascular tissue, and people wrongfully attribute, like, growth in their ears and nose to growth hormone. I actually have not seen a single case report of, like, confirmed acromegaly or growth of, like, parts of people's face from growth hormone use. I think it's overhyped nonsense. Your nose is a vascular tissue, so it's just going to grow naturally with age. And on top of that, same with your ears. And on top of that, if you're on steroids, you're going to increase your red blood cell count, and you're going to get more of that blood flow to your nose and ears, and just steroids on their own can grow your nose. So I have no idea if his nose grew or not. It might just all be in his fucking head. Who the fuck knows? But who cares? He wants gains, right?
Imagine what his nose is going to look like when he gets older. It's already gotten bigger now. You're 20. The nose continues to grow as you get older. Add to that the insulin.
What's a problem with a big nose? There's nothing wrong with having a big nose. Who the fuck cares? Like, by the way, if steroids or growth hormone made your dick bigger, guess what? Every fucking dude would be on them. Like, you would not be able to convince a man to not take fucking steroids if they made your dick bigger. It would be impossible. Every fucking dude would be on it. And I would guarantee you, it would be legalized by now if steroids made your fucking dick bigger, because everyone wants a bigger dick. So, whoopee fucking diddly do. A body part got fucking bigger. Unfortunately, it wasn't his dick, it was his fucking nose. Who the fuck cares? 19, 18. I honestly don't know if I see a difference in his nose size. So there's his nose there. I think he was just joking. His nose looks the exact same size to me. I literally do not see a difference.
He's taken 8 units before going to the gym, probably trying to shuttle in more nutrients, going to combine that with some sugars, probably have an intra-workout drink, and he's getting a bigger pump, more nutrient delivered, bigger muscles, and more insulin aster, but eventually he's going to have full-blown diabetes, but he kind of has it right now, think of it. And so he's injecting growth hormone, causing his blood.
No, he kind of doesn't have diabetes right now. You would determine diabetes with measurement of HbA1c or fasting glucose, so no.
Blood sugars to add like a diabetic, and then he has to inject insulin to counteract.
He's probably not injecting insulin to counteract high blood sugar. He's probably injecting insulin for its growth pathway.
He almost needs this. It's very difficult to take that much growth hormone with.
How does he know this? Did he ask? Did he ask what his fasting blood sugar is? Did he ask why he's taking insulin?
Out any insulin whatsoever. And so you should be stopping both. Think of it. Why do you need growth hormone and insulin at 20?
Could you beat Vitaly in a fight? He knows boxing. Probably.
It makes no sense.
And Lantus insulin, it's long-acting insulin, 25 units every day. Then I'm doing peptides.
Also, not just a short-acting insulin. Let's add some longer-acting insulin. We need all the insulin in the world.
BPC capsules for my digestion. And then BPC 157, 500 mcg.
Yeah, so a lot of bodybuilders use insulin not because they're diabetic or have blood sugar issues. It has to do with things like feed efficiency. So they have to eat so much food that it helps to consume, to use insulin, just so like you kind of get food processed in your system a bit faster, and it like can just, all the nutrients can go into your muscles that much faster. That's why he's injecting around his training.
A day, just peptides, and then MOTS-C 1 mg, and then T4 75 mg for my thyroid. So yeah, that's my cycle currently.
Add to this, he's taking a bunch of peptides as well as T4. Does bro have Hashimoto's? Like, why is he...
So Greg doesn't even know why he's taking T4 and then criticizes him for taking T4. So I'm on T4. If you're on growth hormone, what frequently happens is it upregulates the conversion of T4 to T3. And it can cause you to have low T4, and you can get some pretty annoying side effects from that. I ended up getting pretty bad edema from it and really bad muscle aches. So as soon as I went on T4, I'm on a replacement dose. Again, the edema went away and the muscle aches went away. So if you're going to stay on growth hormone, you're very likely going to have to go on T4 thyroid replacement. Greg doesn't know this because he's never used he's never used growth hormone, and he doesn't really know anything about steroids. So again, he just makes up a bunch of fucking stupid bullshit.
Taking these drugs, why does he need them? He's 20. You shouldn't need all of this shit. If he had said, I'm on 500 milligrams of test and I'm stacking that with some Turk Builder Max as well as some Geo2 Max, well, that would make sense. I mean, not the test part, but the rest. That's all bro needs.
Yeah, so see anybody who looks like this kid on Turkesterone? No.
He should be competing in classic physique. He shouldn't be abusing steroids. He's an idiot. He's a moron.
You shouldn't be selling scam supplements, and you should be helping starving kids in Africa. Like, go fuck yourself.
You're thinking, oh, but it's not that deep. It's not that big a deal. He's being monitored by a doctor that would say that their license should be revoked. This is redonkulous. Is it possible he has an ischemic gut? Why is he on BPC 157 for his...
What the fuck is an ischemic gut? So BPC 157 was developed to help with digestive issues. So if he has digestive issues and it helps with his digestion, why wouldn't he take it?
His digestion. Bro is 20. Are we already unable to process food? You're 20.
He's 280 fucking pounds. With the amount of food he has to eat, yeah, he might end up having digestive issues.
I mean, it's only going to get worse. As bad as your digestion is right now, continuously, it will get worse.
When I was in prep, I did classic physique. I was only taking 300 tests, 300 Primo and 4 units J.
No, taking insulin does not cause insulin resistance.
And also some fat burners.
And so remember in that last competition where he couldn't make weight because he was too big? He was taking 300 tests, 300 Primo, and 4 units of growth hormone. And I was thinking, why don't you just cut your cycle in half? And so why didn't he just cut his cycle in half?
Because he wants to get bigger, dumbass.
I mean, how stupid is he? If you have too much muscle, and steroids we know builds muscle, why not take less steroids? Hence, less muscle will be built. Then you make the weight class, you then turn pro, the weight class goes up 10 pounds, and then you can take a little bit more. Does he really look like he needed to up the cycle? Why would you take more? The lowest dose that makes you happy. Bro clearly is a hyper responder. Little bit of gear goes a long way. And so why use a lot of gear when a little is all that you need?
In my opinion, if you already have, finances, if you have a good plan what you want to do in the future and you're just willing to give everything you have, it's better to start younger.
No, it's not better to start younger.
It is better to start younger. The younger you start, the better of an athlete you'll become. Again, we know this from Olympic weightlifting. There's a reason why the Chinese and the Soviets developed the weightlifting system the way they did, and they put athletes on steroids as young as they possibly could. It's because it made them better athletes. So you could make a whole bunch of arguments for why kids shouldn't take drugs, or if you're too young and all this. But again, if you have an interest in becoming the best athlete possible, yeah, it makes sense.
You have your whole life ahead of you. It is never better to start younger. Oh, you need to start at 16, 17.
Okay, blah, blah, blah.
Need to remain fully Japanese? Does Germany need to remain fully German? I don't think so.
Well, you're walking right into the discussion that I thought we were going to have, so this is the most interesting thing to me. Right, first question. You said Japan, Germany. I know when you spoke to Destiny, you said something about fear of black crime in the United States or whatever, or even South Africa. That's probably
I said
that's better example.
The arguments for keeping racial quotas and...
When you say racial quotas, what do you mean?
For immigration. Israel must have this many Jews. We can't let this many Arabs in. If we got too many Arabs in, they'll overwhelm the vote sort of thing.
Okay. So
I'm aware that there are millions of Arabs in Israel, by the way.
Yeah, like a fifth of the population.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, left, right,
actually closer to
Israeli
2/9 of the population.
They're going to want a Jewish majority, yeah, unless they're fucking Hadash or some crazy fucks. Yeah.
Which is I mean, most states do this, but it reminded me, and it was evocative of white supremacist arguments for if we let
when
too
we
many
say
black people
Jewish
in, or
majority,
black people
do
in
we
this city,
mean
then this will
Jewish via race or Jewish via culture, not culture but religion?
Oh, it's always ethnicity, race. It's always that. It's never religion.
Okay.
Nothing about this has anything to do with the religion. Anybody that brings up religion
none of them care about it.
Yeah,
will happen. And even if that was true, if there was a black crime gene, I don't think that justifies the ethnic cleansing. You'd have to
wait, is it ethnic cleansing to control your immigration for demographics? To say you can't immigrate to here big enough into massive numbers?
I guess it's not cleansing because it's preventing the ethnic shift at all. But it's
it's like saying that if Arabs want to immigrate to Israel, we're probably going to have low numbers to keep a Jewish majority. majority. That's like the gist, right?
Sure, but I would view that as the same justification for, hey, there are too many Arabs in the country, let's export a bunch of them, right? Like it's the same mentality. Does that make sense?
No. I think controlling immigration.
Let me say it one more time.
He said.
Just to make sure we're on the same page.
No. He said.
Saying I'm going to prevent a certain quantity of this ethnicity or nationality from coming in is the exact same, even though it's not the same consequence, it's the same prescription as, oh, they're already here, let's get that same number, that same ratio in this country. So either we're stopping them from coming in or we're kicking them out. Either way.
By the way, a lot of European countries are doing this. They're not just kicking people out. What they're doing is they're actually starting to enforce their refugee status laws, where if somebody comes from Syria claiming they're a refugee, but then they travel back to Syria, they're not allowed to return. And they're giving a lot of these people incentives to leave. So they're giving them like 20 grand or something to take a plane flight back home, because they're realizing a lot of these people are a fucking problem and they're not real refugees.
Way this seems to be, I mean, obviously there are nuances of, oh, they're already here, but this is the same sentiment. We need to protect this ratio. We need to protect this majority. No?
Goofy noise.
The CDC says taking insulin without diabetes causes insulin resistance by causing weight gain, which causes cells to become less sensitive to it. You're wrong. Well, thank you. You can read a fucking article. You must be a genius.
Okay, I see what you're saying in terms of like their mindset, but I would rather get turned down entry to a country than kicked out of where I live.
Yeah, that's like why I said, like, well, if it's already here and this is your home, obviously you're going to have a distinction.
Okay,
there,
yeah. Okay,
it's the same
you're making me want to ask so many questions. Okay, so one.
Okay, fire away.
You mentioned America, or like a fear of like black racism, or like Japan, or apartheid South Africa is a good example, right? Like the fear of giving them voting rights because black people became the majority with voting rights, right? My question is, do you think anti-Semitism and anti-white racism are equally valid concerns?
There you go. No.
I think the people who make the arguments view them the same, but
doesn't
I think
matter.
Anti-Semitism is a obviously much more realistic one. I mean, like, there are people who say white genocide. That would be like the utmost, like you are conflating a slight decline in your demographics due to natural population shifts to this country came in and tried to wipe out the Jewish population versus like...
Be careful not to get caught up in disagreeing with certain things because you think it leads to another thing.
What do you mean in this instance?
That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Sometimes there can be things that are justified. The reason why we say those things are bad, though, can rest on the underlying fact of the matter. When we say that January 6th was bad because it was bad to commit to an insurrection, it's not really what we mean, even though that's what we're saying, because we're taking for granted the underlying fact of the matter. First of all, the country was founded on insurrection, right, and rebellion against, so it's kind of weird to have that as a rule. If it was the case that Democrats and states and the Democratic Party had like conspired to steal the election and rig the ballot box, do all these other things, you could argue that, or not even you could argue, like maybe an insurrection is justified in that case, right? The underlying fact of the matter does matter here.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So this idea of like, it would be bad to have a white ethno-state, so then why is it okay to have the Jewish ethno-state? Well, the underlying fact of the matter of, are Jews threatened in the world? Yeah. Are white people? Not really. But if white people were, I don't know, maybe you could make that argument. If we had a country of 1 million white people and we were surrounded by 100 million purple people or whatever, and they all wanted to immigrate, especially if they wanted to kill you, well, the fact of the matter there is you probably should protect your ethnic population in that case, because it is under threat,
Same thing. Like anti-white racism is not even close historically to racism.
So my next question is, Israelis don't want to be a minority in the Middle East. Logically, any country that does become a majority there would be Arabs because that's their neighbors. Can you name a single Arab or Muslim country in the last 100 years that has protected their Jewish minority adequately?
Oh my God.
So if Israel
ceased
to be this bad thing, you say, an ethno-nationalist state, preserving a demographic, if they cease to be that, how are you betting on, what are your odds on the Israeli Jews and their futures?
Okay, well, this kind of goes into like the very beginning of what I was saying, which is like, it is entirely plausible to me that if there was a significant Muslim voting bloc in this place that had anti-Jewish or anti-Israel sentiments, that this could lead to apartheid, it could lead to persecution, it could lead to ethnic cleansing of Jewish and Israeli people, and that would not be good. And that's not to say that like, oh, this is the natural consequence of what is going to happen, and you need to let it happen because what you're doing is bad right now. It's just, is that the ultimate and only outcome, and does that necessarily justify every behavior taken to prevent that?
No, we're not talking about justifying every behavior. I'm talking about the simple principle. Absent the other behavior, we're talking about the simple principle of Israel being allowed to exist as a Jewish state. They don't need to control the West Bank, they don't need to control Gaza. We're just talking about them existing as a Jewish state, like in this world. So that's basically them saying that we're going to control immigration. Yeah, it sounds like you think they don't have a right to want that.
The sentiment is justified, where it's like a valid fear to see, hey, I've seen that when similar populations get a majority in all these other countries, it seems to like result in our prosecution, death, whatever. Therefore, my fear is justified. But again, then you have to then attach what are the prescriptions to that. And if the prescriptions are ethnic like superiority things, like, I don't know like to what degree I'm.
No, wait. When you say ethnic superiority things, I'm just talking about one thing, which is they control immigration to the point that it keeps their majority. That's it.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it justifies any of the poor treatment of minorities or whatever. Just they stay a Jewish majority, which means that if however many, I don't even know how many Arabs are trying to immigrate to Israel, but if a substantial number are, then they.
I don't necessarily think so. I mean, what is the difference fundamentally between that and the people who say Muslims who immigrate to America are going to vote Democrat, elect Muslim Democrats, and fundamentally change the country from what?
Well, they're doing that, and they're trying to do that.
We perceive as a Christian white nation into a DI Muslim nation.
The fact of the matter does.
Much more misplaced, but like what?
If it was the case that Muslims were going to come and like create a new Sharia law country or whatever the fuck else, and I wouldn't want them here. Fuck you.
They're literally trying to do that.
Jesus. But that's not my understanding. I don't think that's happening.
That argument different. Like it is going to change the country, whether or not they think it's bad or not. And it is going to...
because the anti-whiteness or the anti-Americanism of the United States or the anti-Muslims who come to the UK does not concern me in the way that anti-Semitism should concern Israelis. I live in a Muslim community. Like I live in I'm not walking up and down the streets worrying about whether or not one of them supports a terrorist organization that wants to kill me, right? If any Arab population becomes the majority in Israel, it would be Palestinians because of what they advocate for with the refugee problem, with right of return.
Okay, wait.
Popular...
Basically, tell me if I'm framing this wrong. Palestinians necessarily are going to have such a bad anti-Jewish sentiment that it will cause Jews to be in danger. This is just like
if every other Arab and Muslim country did it in the last 100 years, why would Palestinians not? Palestinians are the group that have the most excuse to be anti-Semitic, right? Literally, they actually have a good reason to hate Jews, let alone the countries that didn't have a good reason to. So yeah, I think if in this day and age, like in this foreseeable future, like in the world we live in now, change. I don't think it's in their DNA or whatever the fuck. Like that's crazy. But like, if Palestinians became the majority from the river to the sea in one country, yes, they would persecute the shit out of Israeli Jews. Yeah, that would be. Yeah, remember, to this day, Hamas are the most popular party in Palestine. So,
but it's not. First of all, we know that they're
Hamas
not like a
gets is the party.
Right? Like it's not a plurality.
You don't need to be.
Hamas what?
He said Hamas gets is the most popular.
No, Hamas
party.
is the most popular single political party in Palestine.
Oh, got it.
You only needed 3,000 of them to cross the border into a 7th. You want to integrate them into a country?
Well, that's what's like obviously. I think the disconnect here is like if anyone doubts that I understand like how great anti-Israel sentiment is, I understand this. The problem I see is like this is a more valid version of like the less valid, anti-immigration, white nationalist talking points, but it's ultimately the same to a degree where it's like, yeah, there are some portion of Muslim immigrants that are like super pro-Sharia, anti-American, but want to reap the benefits of the American state. Like, if it wasn't 100% of them, if it was 80%, if it's
hot take. Now, this is a conversation that literally nobody has because people on the left don't believe this and people on the right are too either pussy or retarded to even think of this. But if you could vet for like an extremist religious belief like that, I think it would be okay. Or if you could scream for it, I think it'd be okay to vet those people and not allow them into the country. If somebody wanted to immigrate here under the principle that they could enforce some state adoption of or mandate of like a religion or something like that, or punish people for not being in a religion, I think that would be an okay thing to screen out from people, I would say. Doobie is feeding Soypo questions.
They do in fact do that.
In chat? Is he?
40%. If it's 10%, like at what point does it justify ethnic immigration policies? Like,
should the anti-Arab bigotry in Israeli society concern Arabs such that they should keep Jews from immigrating to the region? Well, if they want to vote on it, they can. But like, I'm sorry, 2 million Jews live in Israel and they can leave anytime they want, right? Wait, what did I just say? 2 million?
You said 2 million, but there's 9 million or whatever.
Did I say? No, I said Jews. Sorry. There's 2 million Arabs. My bad. 2 million Arabs live in Israel. They can leave if they want. I don't think they would want to leave. I think they generally do okay there. The idea that Jews are trying to kill them all or doing something weird, I guess, it depends on how much leftist propaganda you listen to it.
Like, I guess the dichotomy here is like you have to have one or the other. And I'm not entirely sold on like that those are the only two options. Either you do this sort of ethnic population control or you die. And that's kind of where I guess my issue comes in of like, is this really the only two paths forward that perpetually have to?
No, not perpetually. I don't, again, like I said, I don't think this is in Palestinian DNA, right? Like Jews and Arabs can, like they live together in Israel. The Arabs who live in Israel with Israeli citizenship are Palestinian, right?
Yeah.
And they vote for parties like RAM, which they come from the same reformist Islam like school of thought that Hamas came from, but they preach coexistence, right? Of course, it's not impossible, but we're talking about whilst this ideology still exists and whilst you poll every Middle Eastern country on anti-Semitic attitudes and the protocols and the Holocaust and all that shit, you get like 70, 80, 90% strong anti-Semitic attitudes. It's like you said, like when we talk about Muslims coming to the UK or America, like what happens? I think we've had one suicide bombing in 10 years with millions of Muslims living in the UK without, they're not all being monitored and there's not like a military fucking breathing down their neck and surveilling their phones and all this shit all 24/7. We got one suicide bombing.
Isn't this essentially the argument slavers used to extend African-American slavery? We have the wolf by the ear and we can't safely let him go. So what? They're just oppressed forever? Well, slaves, I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure this is true. Slaves were never a majority of the US population, right? Even at the height of slavery? What was like the percentage makeup the difference between white people and black people in the U.S. at like it's at the peak slavery moment. Like I don't think there was ever a legitimate threat that all black people would rise up and kill all the white people in U.S. society. Like, man, you know what's bullshit? Do you know what the 3/5 compromise is?
Yeah, it made a black person.
I think of all the things that have ever been negotiated, that's like the most cucked, retarded bullshit, fucking cucky bullshit ever. I would kill myself if I was black and I had no rights, but you could get votes for me. That's the most insane fucking shit. That's bullshit, right? Like, hold on, well, we don't get as many votes. That's not fair. We need
That is true.
representation. For who? For your slaves that don't have any fucking rights? Okay, well, how about at least half? Okay, god damn it, we'll give you 3/5. That's crazy. That's wild.
In 10 years, Israel, right, shares a border in a very small region with with West Bank and Gaza, and even with the Oslo Accords, and with like some communities getting freed up with areas A, B, and C, or when you had like the blockade on Gaza, or when you had the occupation of the settlers coming out, you get Hamas and you get rockets being smuggled in, and you get people crossing the border with paragliders that go and stab people and shit, or you get fucking suicide bombings. Like, yeah, this concern is just not the same. But yeah, it's like you were saying, like Jews have been told that you will not survive as a minority in any Arab or Muslim country in the last 100 years, but you should just take your chances with
It's not taking
Palestine.
chances. It's what needs to change before it's not justified to do it the way they're doing it. Like, because you say
Well,
if
it's not a legitimate threat, that's it.
But right, but like you're basing this legitimate threat on this. You said like it's justified for a lot of them to have
the legitimate threat.
Who's this gay retarded cuck?
That is based on literally all of history in the entire region as it exists today. I mean, what do you want? Like, Jesus.
Say because a lot of them are oppressed. War crimes are being committed against them, and so you say it's not perpetual, but this keeps happening. Like, let's say you get your ideal two-state solution type thing, like. You know, is Lebanon, is Syria, is Libya, is Egypt, are they allowed to also be controlled coming into the...
They are ethno-states.
Country, like to that extent?
They already kind of are. Like,
they
I know,
do.
well, that's what I'm saying is like...
Yeah, they all kind of do. Every single other state in the region does, so that's kind of awkward because it's like, well, you know, should they... Well, I guess literally every single state in the region, I guess, already does. Sure, yeah.
You say it's not perpetual, that it's not ingrained in their DNA, but then like what actually would need to change where you say, okay, now we don't need to do this anymore, right?
Well, they don't need to do it anymore. Is like, that would be a situation where, let's say, instead of Hamas polling as the most popular party in the West Bank or in the refugee camps in Lebanon, whatever else, what if it was Ram, right?
I hate this talking point by Lonerbox. I wish I'm going to be one day the strongest pro-Palestinian debater, okay? You can't say that as long as Hamas is the majority party. This is why I said before, the solution is you run a fucking vote in Palestine and then you make the leaders negotiate. If Hamas wins, then Hamas wins. Fuck it, that's who you have to deal with. You know, if in a government where Ben Giver and Smoltrich, who are insane people, I think both these guys even live in fucking outposts, basically settlements. If crazy lunatics like that are allowed to be part of the Israeli government, I don't know if you really have much ground to stand on to say that, like, well, what if Hamas wins the vote? I mean, Netanyahu is a coalition with some of the craziest motherfuckers in all of Israel. The go-to example is always the Ben Giver guy. Literally had a fucking framed picture behind him of a crazy ultra-rabid far-right Zionist terrorist who went and did a massive shooting in the Cave of the Patriarchs, I think. Brian Goldstein, sounds like his name. But he had a picture of this guy behind him. It's fucking wild. So, I don't know. I don't like this talking point from Lonerbox. What I would say, you can't continue to terrorize.
These people aren't fucking trying to exterminate Palestinians.
Or whatever you want to call it, like a group of people, and then say, well, they still prefer Hamas. So what are we going to do? It's like, well, yeah, no shit. Who the fuck else are they going to prefer right now?
This is the most cucked, retarded bullshit. The reason they have these views, by the way, is because the Arab population around them are the most crazy genocidal whack jobs fucking imaginable. Like, if you were living literally right next to Nazis, what would you think, right? And again, this whole, we need to be nice to the Palestinians, we need to make friends, that's why there's problems. They tried doing that. That's why Israel keeps electing right-wing governments over and over again, because they keep being tricked. The fucking left-wing government is a bunch of, like, retarded, basic bitch cucks who believe every fucking lie they're told, and then when they believe in the lie, they get fucked over, a bunch of Israelis die, and then they start over again.
But I mean, I agree with like Lonerbox on 99% of things, but I feel like Zoner. I feel like Lonerbox leans a little bit more. I don't know if it's true or not. I feel like he leans a little bit more pro-Israel than I do, but it might just be that he's giving like the pro-Israeli sides, and this is just my inner Zionist alarm, because the only people that bring these arguments up are usually the crazy Zionist people, because nobody in the West knows any of these arguments. But yeah.
Party would predispose.
I think it's just because he's giving those arguments. I feel the urge to push back.
West Bank, or in the refugee camps in Lebanon, whatever else. What if it was Ram, right? What if it was the Ram Party, which preaches coexistence? What if tomorrow, rather than River to the Sea and rather than like Hamas and all these chants and all that, there was a new leader of Palestinians who emerged as someone who actually was like Mandela and was saying, yeah, we're going to avoid attacking civilians. We don't want to harm civilians and our like future neighbors. We want peace and equality for two groups who want to share the land.
But where's that movement going to come from if the kind of like the circumstances are the way they are, right? Like the reason I say
that movement emerged in apartheid South Africa, that movement emerged under slavery in the United States. Like, yeah, if it can emerge in these situations, it can emerge in Palestine. Yeah, there are Palestinians who talk about this as well. The problem is that it's not just Palestine; it's the rest of the Arab world as well that is involved in this kind of like. Again, most of these countries are dictatorships, and the control over the media is very tight, and like narratives are very limited. So there is still like this is like you asked me like one thing things that need to change on both sides. The thing that needs to change on the Palestinian side is this idea that normalizing relations with Israel or with Israelis is like a sin. It's like the worst thing you can do. Collaborating, befriending, normalizing, it's all bad. Israel is supposed to be a temporary stain on the Arab Muslim world. That's it. But if they need to get over that needs to stop. And there are Palestinian leaders who have tried to push for this. They get ostracized. They get fucked by their own people. Like that happened back in the 40s and 50s. There's just not space.
Would Israel taking steps to try to reduce the kind of limitation of Palestinian democratic say in Israel? Would that not be a step towards like creating something like that to happen, or do you think that would just be fruitless?
Limiting Palestinian? What do you mean by limiting Palestinian?
Like saying, hey, we can let more of you in and have more of a say in democracy here.
They won't. Again, do that. They won't do that. Right?
The problem you're running into is that like think of it as like sectarianism, right? Like sectarianism is like when you look at it as an outsider, it looks fucking crazy, right? Like they're all it's arbitrary lines that are drawn that keep conflicts alive for hundreds, if not thousands, of years.
The fucking settlers in the West Bank. Why is that a thing? What are they out there settling?
Okay, the key thing to understand for all of human history is that when you put people on a land, they own it. That's it. That's how it goes. The more people you have, the more ownership you have of the land. Every
the more claim.
Society has understood this. That's why in the Soviet Union days, and I think even prior to the formation of the Soviet Union, there was that concept of Russification, where you try to ship out a whole bunch of your own citizens to go live in some place. That's why in India it was such a big deal when they started building homes to the north of India.
Is that why we sent people west in the U.S.?
Well, yeah, that was also to just
westward expansion.
And every place, the more people you put there, because once you have a whole bunch of people living there, you can have all the international law, whatever bullshit you want, but in today's world, the only way to remove them is to kill them all, or to ethnically cleanse them, is what they call it, for big populations. So you just can't do it. So
have you renewed your thoughts on DLS 5, or do you still like it? I like the idea. Like, they haven't actually gotten it really running yet. But I would say, especially for older titles or games that just kind of fucking suck, like Starfield, like especially the demonstration with Starfield, that was particularly impressive. It makes sense. So depending on how it's used and implemented and shit, it seems like a good idea. I think people are just freaking out and being retarded butthurt babies. Like the RE5 thing with Grace, like, yeah, it looked weird, but like, again, it's like generation 1 of the fucking technology, and it was just a tech demo basically.
For Israel, what happened is, initially when Israel formed in 48, they had a very, very narrow strip of land, and they felt like they were kind of at risk of being conquered. Like a thing that they used to say was like the rib cage of Tel Aviv, to represent like the 11 kilometers from the border of the West Bank, which was the territory that was all conquered by Jordan, how long it would take to get from there to the Mediterranean or whatever, right? That's how it was very narrow. So
like, look, this is just fucking bullshit. Jordan took over the West Bank. Israel got rid of the Jordanian army, and Palestinians don't legally own the land technically. It's really Israel's. So look, there's a lot of open land that can be used and developed that isn't being used and developed. What the fuck is the issue with Israel moving in there? And it only improves things. So it improves Israeli security, it improves the lives of everybody in that area, having more Israelis living there. It's just stupid.
Israel existed in this tiny state of what today we would call Israel minus the Gaza Strip and the West Bank and the Golan Heights in Syria. And what happened was in 67, there was a big war, and as part of this war, Israel fought with Egypt that owned the Gaza Strip.
DD donated $2. Let me see.
If you do this, say you use a long-acting insulin in your off season, how do you prevent yourself from getting fat from consuming 0.5 to 0.75 times your weight in fats?
Because insulin doesn't store fat as fat. It stores carbs as fat.
It's not the storage hormone for like everything?
No, just for glucose. If you don't overeat carbs, you don't get fat.
I mean, doesn't it?
It's that simple. And I think that's the...
Insulin isn't used to metabolize fat. It's non-insulinogenic.
Mistake people make in their mind. They think insulin stores everything as fat. And that's only assuming the glycogen stores are filled up. If you have low glycogen stores, insulin's not going to store it.
And again, that's why people usually take insulin around training.
Glucose is fat. It's going to store it as glycogen. So I always tell people, just don't overeat carbs. It's that simple. Don't overfill the gas tank, like I told you. And you're not going to get fat. It's not a brain surgery, but people think in the off season they have to eat massive amounts of carbs to grow. But carbs are not utilized in the muscle building process. They're just fuel.
Say that you're still in a surplus, but you're not in like the crazy surplus that you were, because I think most people aren't as hard of a gainer as you were. Do you still think that, like, even compared to not using insulin, for example, just like on the days that you are hitting your weakest muscle groups, because that's what a lot of coaches are having their clients do right now, is still effective enough to giving your pancreas a break?
Yeah, I think people take insulin because they think it's anabolic and they're going to grow, like they're taking IGF-1. I don't think they understand what insulin really does. It just drives nutrients into the cells. It's not going to create an anabolic effect. Matter of fact, I always tell people you're better off taking insulin than not taking it, because it does take the burden off your body, okay? But I will tell you this, that almost every bodybuilder over 40 that I work with has high fasting blood sugars. Almost every single one of them in the off season. Almost all of them have high fasting blood sugars because they've been competing their whole life, eating 6 times a day for 20 years. And quite frankly, they burnt out their pancreas a little bit. Because what happens is, even if your blood sugar is just a little high, over the course of 20 years of being just a little high, you get side effects from it. Vision, kidneys, extremities, and that includes the brain. The brain gets starved of oxygen because the little capillary beds are all gunked up with sugar that shouldn't be there in high amounts.
How much protein do you think is most optimal then for pro bodybuilders?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, I believe about 1.5 grams per pound that you weigh is the right amount of protein. I don't think you need too much more than that. And I'll tell you why people sometimes find that they need more than that. Because you also have an essential fat requirement. So fat and protein builds and repairs muscle. Carbs are just a fuel source. We know that, right? So guys who eat very low fat diets and eat very lean sources of protein tend to need more protein, because guys are getting their fat indirectly from the protein sources. If you make a concerted effort to eat enough fat in your diet, which I believe is about 0.5 to 0.75 grams per pound that you weigh. If you're a 200-pound man, you need at least 100 grams of fat. I would say closer to like 135, 140. But if you eat enough fat, you could eat less protein. You could eat 1.5 grams, or even 1 gram probably per pound. If you don't,
that seems like a lot.
You're going to need more protein, because you're going to need to get that fat from the protein source, which makes it harder for your body, because your body has to process a lot of extra protein above and beyond what it really needs. And I discovered this because I was up to 600 grams of protein at one point.
Jesus,
and I didn't really feel that great. It was like almost like my body was a little toxic on it. And then I started adding fats in when I discovered fats, and my protein got cut way, way back. I went back to about 450, and that was ideal. And I felt really good at 450 protein when I was about 300 pounds, and I was eating about 200 grams of fat a day. I was eating a lot of fat. And then the rest is carbs based on my metabolic demand was at the time. And I don't remember, I never really calculated. Some days I had higher, some days I had lower, and I just kind of dictated it that way.
Yeah, he's been really into ketogenic diets for a while. They're really dumb.
Amazing news. Peptides have been FDA approved. That's what people are talking about, or that's how people have interpreted the recent news. So no, peptides are not FDA approved. What has happened is that a number of popular peptides have been taken off the dangerous list. So in 2023, but 17 peptides were put on a category 2, which meant it was dangerous. And compounding pharmacies couldn't make them, hence the gray market. Currently, there are several popular peptides that are taken off the category 2 list, meaning they are deemed not dangerous, not effective, but not dangerous, but compounding pharmacies can make them. So the popular ones like BPC 157, GHKCU, MOTC, TB 500 are of those that have been taken off the category 2 and can be compounded. And then in the summer, they're going to have a panel to talk about further steps. So currently, what does this mean? That if you're a fan of peptides, It's good news for you. Why is it good news? It's good news because the gray market will slowly shrink down because compounding pharmacies can make them safely. Doesn't mean they're effective, but the gray market should be able to go away because quality American pharmacies can now make these peptides. Others not so much, but these peptides will.
If only they would do that with steroids. So, but no, they just want black and gray markets to exist. Thanks for the donation, Didi.
And Jordan that owned the West Bank, and they won that war. And it was a big deal, and they were like, "Oh my God, like we're fucking shit up, and we're so cool." And Israel's mindset like pretty quickly changed from, holy shit, we had our nightmare scenario of getting attacked by every country, nobody's here to help us, and we managed to conquer all. We fucking are ordained by God. We're going to actually like hold on to this West Bank shit for real. So they took over the West Bank. They took over way more than that, the entire Sinai Peninsula, which is a huge chunk of land between Egypt and Israel. They pushed into the Golan Heights in Syria, which is a good strategic position, and almost up to the Litani River with Lebanon, which is north of Israel. So they conquered all this territory, and then as the years went on, like Israel basically thought they were tough shit. They were never going to get beaten by anybody. In 73, Egypt launches another war against Israel, and this time Israel gets kind of fucked up for a couple days. They end up winning, but it's like the anime moment where like the villain or the protagonist, like they win a fight, but their like cheek is bleeding, and after they win, they're like, "Oh, I can't believe he actually cut me" or whatever. So Israel had that moment, and they were like, "Oh shit." If you talk to Israeli Jews, a lot of them, surprisingly, they'll actually like circle jerk the fuck out of this war. It's called the Yom Kippur War, and they're like, "Yeah, we got surprise attacked and we fucking won." But at the time, Israel was like, we could get fucked, because for like the first couple days, they were literally talking about nuking the Middle East because they were like, "We're fucked. The third temple has fallen." Moshe Dayan, their defense minister, I think was saying to Golda Meir, I think was still prime minister and everything. But so after that war, they realized they needed to make peace with their buddies. Sadat was the leader of Egypt. He made peace with Israel, and Israel made peace with him, and they get back the Sinai Peninsula. Eventually, after the fall of the Soviet Union in 94, they made peace with Jordan. And then, they're kind of looking around. The Middle East is chilling, but they still have all these Palestinians, and they still have this occupied territory of the West Bank. The awkward thing was when they made peace with Egypt, Egypt didn't want the Gaza Strip back. And when they made peace with Jordan, Jordan didn't want the West Bank back.
Okay, so why didn't they want those places?
It's complicated, but Egypt didn't want the Gaza Strip back because they just didn't want to deal with taking in the population that was there, and because they didn't want to undermine future Palestinian people's right, or the current Palestinian people's right, to have land.
No, that's not what it was at all. They were fed up with Palestinians because they were committing acts of terrorism, so they just wanted to cut them off. Dodo donated $3. Let me see.
You might be looking at history right now, because yes, that is a parrot exploring the Atlantic Ocean in a DIY submarine.
He is very comfortable with that. I'm his buddy.
Iowan Stephen Lawyer didn't want to leave his 6-year-old pal BB alone when he went to the Bahamas for a month. So the former physics major instead invented a contraption he calls the Bebosphere.
It's not full of air right now, but it's at 3,000 PSI, the same as a scuba tank.
For the record, this is not the first time Stephen assembled a contraption for BB.
You skydive!
He also created a Beeble so they could go skydiving together. He says they've now gone 15 times.
When I'm going to jump, he will go in there voluntarily. He lets us know if he wants to go.
Wow. Over the past week or so, this video has picked up millions of views online with varying reactions.
Wonder what that burb thinks of that.
One commenter writing, "Love it," while another says, "I'm not really sure he wants that."
Couple comments from people who did not like this concept.
No, I get it. Was BB at risk while in the submarine? My answer is very, very, very low because of all the precautions I took. Here you go. Ready? Go.
Wow. Overall, Stephen just feels all this inventing is worth it if he doesn't have to leave his best bud in a cage. I mean, if Stephen's not there, who's going to feed him cashews?
But look at his manners there. He'll hold the cashew in his foot while he eats it.
I know he went underwater, but this is way cooler to me.
He loves cashews. Cashews are good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
of the Arab
Got
states
it.
kind of have this collective agreement where they're like, listen up, guys, we got your back. Kind of, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So, for instance, like in every Arab country, you're not even allowed to give citizenship to a Palestinian. That's why so many of them live as refugees in some of these bordering Arab states. They're not actually legally allowed to give them citizenship because they always want to keep.
But they were owned by Egypt in the past, correct?
Yes.
So when did Egypt get ownership of the Gaza Strip? I guess originally.
In 1947, there was a big civil war that was fought as the World War II ended, everything wound down, and then the mandate that Great Britain had for the whole mandatory area of Palestine. Once that started to expire, in 47, a big civil war broke out, and then in 48, Israel fought its war of independence, and as part of that war, all of the surrounding Arab states basically saw it as like a giant land grab, and Jordan was able to conquer all of the West Bank up through the basically splitting Jerusalem in half, I guess you could say, and then Egypt was able to conquer up through the Gaza Strip.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. And then Israel...
And then they were like, wait, we don't want these motherfuckers.
No.
So when Israel went and conquered it, they were just like, yeah, we don't want them back. You can keep it. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. Okay.
And then for Jordan, on the West Bank, it was the same thing when Israel conquered the West Bank. They made peace with Jordan. I don't know if there was ever an offer to give the West Bank back to Jordan. I don't remember those talks, but I don't think Israel would have necessarily given it back. I'm not sure. But after the 90s and then up to 2000, basically, after that 67 war, and then after 73 especially, Israel's like, we are fucking ordained by God. We've got this. Israel basically started off as this like secular Zionist project. But after 67, people were like, the West Bank, the historic lands of Judea and Samaria, the 12 tribes of Israel, like, oh my God, our people here. A whole bunch of like more, I don't want to say fanatical, but kind of like more religious, more like nationalist, religious driven Jews were like, holy shit, we're going to go settle the land like the Cetra and Final Fantasy VII and make love to it and do what God wanted. And they started to slowly,
place. God wants us here.
Yeah, move into it. And then you had this thing called the Oslo Accords in the 90s where Israel and the Palestinians kind of sort of made a formal agreement to finally start to give them a state, but it didn't really work out because like the Palestinians kept terrorist attacking the Israelis. The Israelis would do a thing where like an Israeli will tell you, we didn't expand the settlements at all during Oslo, which is true. They didn't start new settlements, but they kept expanding the borders of like their current settlements. So I think it was in 2000, everything basically blew up because the Palestinians were like, we're not getting peace. This is fucked. And the Israelis were like, oh, whatever, fuck you. There was this whole thing that exploded called the Second Intifada, where it was basically Palestinians doing a bunch of terrorist attacks all over Israel. Shit was fucked for 4 or 5 years. Arafat never called off any violence because he thought it was based in epic. And then all the Israelis were like, well, this is fucked. We're never going to be able to make peace. And the leader at the time, Sharon, said that the West Bank and the Gaza Strip was going to be the death of Israel because they can't hold on to either territory because it's like de facto kind of an apartheid. They're occupying a territory that they're never going to give the people equal rights in, but they also don't want to like give the territory up. So Sharon wanted to pull every single Jew out of the Gaza Strip and every single Jew out of the West Bank, but everybody in Israel was like super ass pain at this. He only managed to get them all out of the Gaza Strip, and there's like videos where you can see Israelis are like crying and screaming as they're ripped from their homes by the IDF because Sharon realized like it's untenable, they can't do this, but he didn't have he wasn't able to remove them all out of the West Bank. At that time, they tried to make peace there. I want to say, don't quote me on this, but I think it was like, was it 200,000? I think maybe 200,000 Jews, if that, lived in the West Bank. But now that number is up to, Jesus, how many are in the West Bank? Is it like 2 million? Is it 1 million? It might be 800,000, 700,000, but it's a lot. There are way, way, way more there. And the issue is that like Israel is just, the more that are there, the harder it is for there to be any kind of like negotiated like territory, because now it's like, well, are we really going to move all these Jews out? And they know that, and that's why they keep moving more and more and more and more people there to kind of shore up their territorial strength, basically. Yeah.
Got it. So then why do the Jews keep fucking with the Palestinians? Is it just because of the October 7th attack? They were
the fuck? What kind of fucking question is that in response to everything you fucking heard?
Like, all right, well, game back on. We're gonna go fuck with you.
What you're basically doing is like you basically have like tank units, but they never actually attack, but you can draw aggro for them. So the goal is what you do is you take a goat or you take some shit down to some valley, and then you hope that like some Palestinian tries to attack it or move it off your area, and then when he does, then you come in and you fight with him, and then as soon as the Palestinian like tries to attack you, you call the IDF, or the IDF comes in, they're like, oh, well, we're going to get attacked by Palestinians. The IDF will come in, they'll clear out the Palestinians. Usually they tell the Israelis to fuck off, but if you're an Israeli and you manage to like build a base, if you get like a box or some fucking shitty trailer set up, as long as you can get, it's a microcosm of really all of Israel, of all of the world, is what outposters try to do is they just try to go and they try to start to build like shitty homes and shitty
Fucking
houses
bullshit.
and areas out into these like Palestinian areas, and as long as they can get enough there, eventually it just becomes like a de facto settlement, and then it just grows out from there, and now they have like a new little city. Yeah.
But why would... Okay, so I understand why they're going to the West Bank, because they're a little bit more fanatic, etc. So are they just going...
Like, by the way, there's a finite amount of land in Israel. It's a very small country, so it also makes sense that they don't want to expand into the West Bank, because there's a lot of open land that you can fucking use, and it's not being fucking developed.
out there and living off the fucking land and like starting a farm and like having like small families out there and shit, and then
I mean some of
like,
them will, but I mean you can travel between like getting from the West Bank into Israel is pretty easy if you're Jewish, because there are separate checkpoints for you. There's even privately run ones where you could buy your own like ID system to go in and out, so you can always go into Israel proper if you need to buy shit. But I mean, like, the communities can be fairly self-sufficient. Like, these are all very wealthy people. I'm sure some of these settlements, they have, like, their own grocery stores and shit inside of the settlements. You don't technically have to leave, I think, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there are rusty shacks in the middle of the woods, but there's grocery stores and everything, yeah, okay.
Okay, all right.
Why is Destiny always, like, such a fucking idiot?
It makes more sense now.
Yeah, but so the frustrating part is, from my perspective, is that the status quo definitely...
Did Israel send in like the IDF like ground forces to go and like clear out Hamas, or were they just bombing?
I mean, they sent them in. No, they sent in ground forces eventually, but they do a lot of bombing, a lot of ground forces. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Like
well,
there
Hamas
is
cleared
people
out
get
yet, or?
mad. Probably at this point, yeah. People get mad, but like Israel does a pretty phenomenal job at limiting civilian casualties as much as it can, given like the circumstances of the battlefield they're playing on. But I mean, like it's not really like anybody that criticizes the actions in war rather than all the conditions around it, I think kind of loses the plot. But the people that criticize Israel's actions in war, in their mind, Israel's not allowed to do anything. They think that Israel should just cease to exist. So it's kind of a hard point to go over. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was my history lesson. Even though those people got assassinated, the agreements kept on continuing.
My third category wants you to see how pretty she is. I will give Joey 6 kisses for you.
Iggy,
Oh, wow, Iggy is pretty.
I adopted you fair and square. You're mine now. You're my cat.
My goodness.
You're all mine, and I love you. Every fur, every turd, every poop, every, you get the drift.
My goodness.
You know how it goes. I love you.
That's a good cat. Yes, give Joey kisses for me. Thanks for the donation, even though.
Egypt peace deal did, the Oslo Accords, people see them now as like a failure because the Oslo Accords were supposed to be transitional. Like you had Oslo 1, Oslo 2, and it was supposed to transition the West Bank and the Gaza Strip into like formal Palestinian state, but it never came to fruition. So we're just like trapped in the Oslo Accords, basically.
Do you think we're going to get a deal or anything in the next few years over this?
No.
Or are we just going to sit in a fucking... Okay, we're just going to sit around and...
No, because on the first big ones for Egypt, Carter was seen as being largely responsible for, I believe, facilitating those talks. Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter?
Yeah, it was seen as a really big push from the U.S. president for that. The closest the Palestinians and Israel have ever been to peace was at the end of Bill Clinton's term, and it was because Bill Clinton was putting in a monumental effort to make peace work as well. So that's why I said before, it probably takes some U.S. leader to come in and facilitate it. But
got it. What was the Clinton thing where Hillary was pissed off at him, and then Hillary was mad at Clinton over, I think, the blowjob shit, and then she was ignoring him for like months or maybe a year or whatever, and then there was like a genocide going on.
Picked up the phone or something, or called him. Fuck, what was that for?
Serbia?
Was it? I don't remember the timelines on them on Monica Lewinsky
Serbia.
stuff. Maybe, yeah.
He immediately went in. God, Bill Clinton, he just sounds like the fucking GOAT. Balanced the budget, handled Israel-Palestine, didn't get any fucking crazy wars, did he?
No, I'm pretty sure most people see the intervention in Serbia as a really great, I think most people see, probably not the lefties or whatever, but I think most people see that as a really good example of like powerful, positive, like NATO intervention. Because I think they even got a UN Security Council resolution to go in for that as well. They had a UN resolution. They didn't get a UN Security Council one for this. They got the UN Security Council resolution for Bosnia and Herzegovina.
All right, well, some of that was a little retarded.
Going on, everyone. So a lot of news coming out of the Iran war today, with President Trump making a series of statements in just a few minutes that the Hormuz situation is over, that Iran is ready to hand over all of their nuclear material to the United States, and notably that Israel is prohibited from going after Hezbollah. So a lot to unpack. Let's get started here. Again, in just a very short period of time, President Trump said the Hormuz situation is over. Iran has agreed to never close the Strait of Hormuz again. It will no longer be used as a weapon against the world. Iran, with the help of the United States, has removed or is removing all sea mines. And we're going to break this down into three different categories. The first is the Strait of Hormuz, those 3 points there. We'll come back and provide additional context as well as some input from the Iranian side. The second one here is the nuclear material, the deal, where President Trump said, quote, the USA will get all of their nuclear dust. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. And third is this Hezbollah ceasefire or lack of it. The war's over between Israel and Hezbollah, I think. I don't know. This one's getting some pushback already from folks in northern Israel, where he says Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Now, starting with the first of three aspects that we'll dive into today, the Strait of Hormuz, and kind of mixed information to say the least. So the Iranian foreign minister put out a statement this morning saying, quote, in line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of the ceasefire on the coordinated route as already announced by Ports and Maritime Organization of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I feel like there were two important statements being made there, right? The first, and the one that's getting all the headlines, is the Iranian leadership saying the Strait of Hormuz is open. But if you read through, he said also it is still overseen by the IRGC, and all of these ships have to register and kind of verify that they're able to move through.
Should I red rum the guy that crashed into my car and my head is fucked? I feel half connected to life. Maybe just sue him.
By Iran. And a big caveat right now is this is all brand new. So we have no idea. Like, to my knowledge, there has not been a single vessel that has moved through the Strait of Hormuz since these announcements were made less than an hour ago. So that's the big test. Now, Iranian Tasnim news agency added some context here where they said Iran has imposed 3 conditions for ships crossing the Strait of Hormuz. 1, ships must be commercial. The passage of military ships is prohibited, and neither the ships nor their cargo should be related to hostile countries. 2, ships must pass through the route designated by Iran. 3, the passage of vessels must be coordinated with the IRGC Navy. So real quick there, if Iran is saying, and again, we have to wait to see how this actually plays out, but if they say the ships and their cargo cannot be related to hostile countries, who are they referring to as hostile countries right now? Related to? So, I mean, that feels pretty broad. Like, some of the Gulf countries allowed U.S. assets to be based there to fire into Iran. Are those hostile countries right now? Has their status changed? What about any country that allows overflight by U.S. aircraft? It's not, this is so far from just being wide open, everybody can come through. So I think we do need to treat this with a grain of salt right now. On top of that, President Trump did make clear that the U.S. blockade is still in effect. So the blockade of the blockade is still in effect. But the Iranian Security Council put out a note following this statement from Arghachi saying the Strait of Hormuz will be closed again if the United States does not lift their naval blockade, stating that this will be regarded as a violation of the truce. So on the one hand, a lot of positive statements is probably the best way to put it. The most important thing that we have to watch for here is the actions. Does the strait actually open up? And of course, the reason that the Iranian side is saying that the strait is open is because that is a component of the ceasefire deal struck with the United States about a week ago at this point. And they said what needed to happen before they could do that was a ceasefire between Hezbollah and
Israel. Now, that ceasefire went into effect yesterday, and President Trump went a step further, telling Israel they will no longer attack Hezbollah, even after this ceasefire wraps. But before getting into that, a quick thank you to the sponsor of today's video, Bubs Naturals. So I turned 40 and my body sent me a memo. Stiffer joints, your future joints will thank you. All right, so moving into the second topic here, the concept of a plan around some sort of nuclear deal. This is being reported by Axios, and there's already been some pushback directly from the administration. Axios said the United States and Iran are negotiating over a 3-page plan to end the war, with one element under discussion being that the United States would release $20 billion in frozen Iranian funds in return for Iran giving up its stockpile of enriched uranium. They say that is according to 2 U.S. officials and 2 additional sources briefed on the talks. In that article, they make clear that it is not known if that memorandum of understanding refers at all to Iran's ballistic missile program, their drone program, their support for the proxies, or anything else. It might exclusively be focused on the nuclear program. Now, Kelly Meyer over at News Nation was asking President Trump about this earlier today in one of these phone calls. It's wild. Like, these reporters, they just have the president's phone number, I guess, and they just call every so often and ask him some questions and move on. But either way, Kelly Meyer, a few minutes ago, said, I asked President Trump if Iran agreed to stop enriching uranium. Yes, he told me. They agreed to stop enriching uranium? They agreed to everything, is what President Trump said. Now, the pushback here, again, coming from President Trump, is he said no money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. And administration officials said all of this stuff is just hearsay, it's just gossip, it's just rumors, you can't pay attention.
Parrots are so awesome, VG.
They are. They are pretty great. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Watch the Tekken Tag Team 2 Brian Fury ending.
It's a shame most species are endangered though.
It is. Parrots are very beautiful animals. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Well, that was the Brian Fury Tekken Tag 2 ending.
To it unless it comes from U.S. government officials. Here's the thing. There's a little bit of nuance here. Releasing frozen Iranian funds, I could see as being presented as not changing hands. It's not the United States giving money to Iran. It's releasing the hold on Iranian money that's already out there. I don't know if that's the angle that's being taken here, just something to keep back in mind. Also, if Iran is going to be giving up enrichment forever, if they're going to be giving up all of their enriched uranium forever, we have to assume that they are going to be getting something. Right? We know Iran is down, but we also know that Iran is not out. They still have, to a degree, a functioning chain of command. It's very different today than it was on February 27th. We know they still have some missiles. We know they still have some drones. We have seen the control they're able to exert over the Strait of Hormuz. So we should not assume right now, the points we're being presented with is that Iran has just capitulated and said everything is okay. We're giving in on all of the U.S. points. I think that's a little too optimistic. There's not a lot in recent days, weeks, or months, frankly, that would point to that being the case right now. So we do not know what this actual agreement is set to look like. One aspect of that, apparently, has to do with Hezbollah. You'll recall when the initial ceasefire went into place, there was some confusion. President Trump, or the Pakistani prime minister, who's kind of overseeing and helping with the negotiations, said this ceasefire includes Hezbollah and includes Lebanon. And then people said no. Israel said no. The United States said no. And then they came back and said yes. And it was all up in the air. Yesterday, a ceasefire went into effect. And this is another weird one, because the ceasefire technically is between Lebanon and Israel. Well, Lebanon and Israel are not at war, and they aren't fighting each other. It's Hezbollah, which is a non-state actor, pretty significant power, pretty significant military, but a non-state actor that operates in southern Lebanon, kind of to a degree within the state is probably a way to put it. But either way, a ceasefire with Lebanon and Israel doesn't really accomplish anything because those two aren't at war. Now, yesterday, the Wall Street Journal, in announcing this, said Israel and Lebanon will implement a cessation of hostilities beginning at 5 p.m. Thursday, so yesterday afternoon, for a period of 10 days. With the start of the ceasefire, Lebanon will take meaningful steps to prevent Hezbollah and other rogue, non-state armed groups in Lebanon from carrying out any attacks, operations, or hostile activities against Israeli targets. Lebanon can't or won't. You make your pick. I kind of lean more in the not able to actually take out Hezbollah, but they've not been the ones to do that for a long time. Like, if we're talking about Hezbollah no longer existing as a militant organization, as it sits today, that is on the IDF. Lebanon is not able to do that. So interesting here that the ceasefire goes into place, and the idea then is that Lebanon is going to deal with that problem going forward when they have not been able to make, from what I can tell, any progress at all. This was celebrated as a victory across the so-called axis of resistance. So Iran immediately came out. We saw statements from some of their officials saying, good job. This is kind of, the way they presented it is, this is the axis of resistance sticking together. Good job, Hezbollah. You stayed in the fight long enough. The Houthis congratulated them. Hamas congratulated them. A number of militias across Iraq and Syria congratulated Hezbollah in what they called their victory over Israel. Essentially, the argument being they stayed in the fight. They are alive today, and they will be able to stay and fight another day. Now, the ceasefire, as it sits right now, is not exactly being well received across Israel. The Wall Street Journal said, quote, the ceasefire was greeted with anger in northern Israel, where officials said the momentum of an Israeli operation to disarm Hezbollah once and for all has been compromised again. Most Israelis supported continuing the war in Lebanon, regardless of what happened in Iran. It's according to polling by the Tel Aviv-based Institute for National Security Studies. Another statement here from Mark Levine, Levine, either way. I would say Iran war hawk in this case. Yesterday, as this ceasefire was coming together, he said, quote, if reports are correct, the Iranian regime demanded Israel stop destroying Hezbollah as a condition of negotiating again with the United States, thereby linking Hezbollah's survival to that of the Iranian regime. Do we want the Iranian regime and Hezbollah to survive? If so, why? And kind of the key component here is, again, it looks like Iran was not going to be negotiating, was not going to be moving forward until the ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah went into place. They drew that line right out the gate. The way this looks is that was presented to Israel. Some are now saying kind of forced upon Israel by President Trump in order to get Iran to negotiate some sort of settlement. The timeline matches up, right? We don't know the behind the scenes, but it does kind of fit with that series of events. Another Israeli source here, Abu Ali Express, over on Telegram, said, quote, the manner in which the ceasefire in Lebanon was achieved and the immediate return of the Lebanese to their homes south of the Litani erode on a psychological level the achievements of the campaign on the ground and play into the hands of the Iranian Axis narrative. We know that the narrative is an important part of this and all wars. It's not everything. So in this case, when you have Iran, when you have Hezbollah, when you have the Houthis, when you have Hamas saying this is a victory by the axis of resistance, yes, that helps their morale. How much does that morale go into the actual success on the battlefield, or the success in dictating the strategic ends of this conflict? That can be debated for sure, but either way, it's a little bit messy right now, to say the least. I know a lot of folks are wanting to, and have wanted to for a long time, jump in to say that this is a major victory, clear-cut victory for the United States, all the way over to
I have a feeling Iran's still gonna just do stupid shit, and then they're just gonna have to keep doing the blockade and bombing them and shit. They'll probably still be a pain in the ass for a while longer. They're kind of retarded, so.
Right, I'm delighted to be here with one of the greatest arm wrestlers of all time, Devin Larratt. You've got a massive match coming up, but first, on the taxi on the way here, Neil Pickup told me I was going to be taken aback by the size of your hands, and I am. And interestingly enough, I heard Joe Rogan say when he met you, he couldn't believe it either. So can you tell me about that memory meeting Joe?
What a busy guy Joe Rogan is. Yeah, I remember meeting him in his comedy place there, and yeah, he has like such a busy life. Such a busy life, but I mean, Joe. I think Joe would love arm wrestling. I mean, it's one of the safest fight sports that there is. But you know, the technical side of it, I'm sure would intrigue him. But yes, always cool to meet Joe Rogan.
100%. As well as talking about your hands, Neil was reminiscing over some of your big moments, beating John Bazink, I think back in 2008, the first person to beat him in a super match. What can you tell me about that day?
Yeah, well, that's the day I became world champion for the first time, 2008. Hands are very important in the sport. Hand strength, the development of your hands. I mean, this is the intersection point between two arm wrestling athletes. So, yeah, any way you can develop your hands, it's always a super high priority for anybody in the sport.
Absolutely, and we spoke about some of your major matches. We spoke all about how you battered Braun Strowman and then you two went at it. That was incredibly entertaining. But you've also gone head-to-head with Thor Bjornsson. So can you tell me what it was like to go head-to-head with him?
Thor's a tremendous athlete, you know, one of the strongest men to ever live. But that's a perfect example of a super strong guy who doesn't know how to arm wrestle, really. Tremendous athlete. Incredible physical stature, but it just goes to show you that to be great in any sport, you really have to be a practitioner.
100%. You've had so many great rivals, whether it be Thor, whether it be John Bazink, whether it be Ron Bath, but I believe the greatest rival you've ever had is your own grandmother, because she taught you the ropes. So can you tell me a little bit about your rivalry with your grandmother?
Well, that's the crazy thing. I never beat my grandmother. I never did beat her. There was a couple times when I thought I got close, but she had this will in her that I was never able to beat her. And the crazy thing is her name was Levon, and that's the name of the current world champ. So I have not beat a Levon yet. So, yeah.
That's funny.
You can have a lot of power as a grandmother over a kid's future. You know, grandparents should take note, you know. You show your grandkids a little bit of fun, a little bit of love in a certain area, you never know. They might just devote their life to that crazy thing that they were doing with you.
100%. And the last time we spoke, you were telling me all about your time in the Canadian Special Forces, how that led to you facing off with Ron Bath. You have this spiritual awakening. It's an amazing moment. But are there any other stories you can share from your time in the Special Forces?
I really enjoyed it. It was an honor to serve. The people that I got to work with, the level of professionalism. It's probably one of the greatest things I've done with my life is to serve in the JTF. There's many days when I miss it, but most days I'm really glad I'm not there anymore. It's great to be back with my family now after a long career. I feel very grateful and blessed to have made it through all of that. But really just much respect to all the men and women who are still serving and continue to defend our civilization.
Absolutely, and you've carved out such an incredible legacy. Now you're going into this massive matchup with Vitali. The last time we spoke, you said it could be the hardest contest you ever have on an arm wrestling table. So how are you feeling going into this match?
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that this is probably going to be the hardest match of my career. I think that's very likely. He's an incredible young champion. He's at the peak of his career, mid-30s, already the world champion left hand, trying to become the first athlete to do it right and left-handed in this modern era. He's bigger, he's stronger, he's so many things, and I'm just trying as a 50-year-old athlete to hold on, so I'm trying to defend against this rising superstar. We have probably an inevitable relationship between us, I'm just hoping that I can hold him off, this time. It's going to be probably the hardest match of my life.
Now, you're not just renowned for arm wrestling, but for your love of pancakes as well. Have you been on the pancake diet throughout this camp?
Any chance you get to eat great pancakes, you should probably do it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Devin, thank you so much for giving me some time. I really appreciate it. But before I let you go, is there anything else that you would like to mention?
Hey, check us out, guys. Check us out on East vs. West. It's going to be an incredible event. Probably the best fight card for arm wrestling that we've ever put together. So tune in.
Perfect. Thank you, Devin.
Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate your time.
How's our boy doing?
All right. I'm going to watch that match tomorrow. Should be interesting. Oh, yeah. Trend Twins. New video. Watch that. I'm just going to go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh, all right. Oh, dude, the amount of vegans that are in poly relationships is just fucking crazy. I remember trying online dating, and every fucking vegan chick on Tinder was in some weird fucking poly relationship.
Pushing the envelope. We're just gonna see how far we can go, how many videos can
Until our
get age
channel
restricted.
gets taken off the internet. Maybe it's for the best, right?
Far ascending. Dude, you got problems, man. If you're not
No, I'm not
satisfied
gonna watch
where
the
you're at
match
right
on
now,
stream. What are you, stupid?
oh, right now, growing into a prep, right now, you start blasting, go into a cut, you would grow like Drew did. It's 10 o'clock his time, 10:30 actually.
Yeah.
Hey, are you sleeping?
No, what's up?
Oh. Hey man, what do you say when you get back from Germany? Start prep, man. 14 weeks.
I feel like we have to.
14 weeks, man. Let's do it.
Okay. Is Chris on board?
Yeah.
He's on board?
Yeah. I got 1 foot on type shit. Gotta do it, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm like, just test, bro.
Hey, did you know that some parrots have helped the police solve crimes? VG?
I did.
This talkative parrot helped finger a killer. You heard right. The bird's owner, 45-year-old Marty Durham, was found shot to death at his home outside Grand Rapids, Michigan. His wife was also found badly injured with a gunshot wound to the head. Cops at first thought they were both crime victims. Then the parrot, named Bud, turned into a stool pigeon, suddenly squawking what sounded like a reenactment of the murder. Had a foul-mouthed argument broken out between husband and wife? And it ends with these chilling words.
I felt it. I literally felt what the bird was going through.
Bud is an African gray parrot like this one. They are a very intelligent species and are especially good
They're so beautiful.
at mimicking human speech. Animal experts say African greys are very sensitive to traumatic events. Prosecutor Ellsworth Stay says he believes the parrot witnessed everything.
The parrot was in the home when the murder was committed.
Following an investigation, Glenna Durham was charged with murder, accused of shooting her husband 5 times, then turning the gun on herself in a failed suicide attempt. Why did she kill him?
They had some financial problems. On the day of the murder, their house was being sold in a sheriff's sale, which is a foreclosure type proceeding.
Glenna Durham was just convicted and was clearly not happy with the verdict. Bud the parrot is now in the custody of the murder victim's ex-wife, Christina Keller.
When Bud says those words, I feel like it's being relived in front of me. My house goes cold with the feelings, the emotions of that night.
So the
Poor parrot. I hope he's doing okay. Parrots are good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And turn a ball. And 0.1 strand, come on. Yeah, just like microdosing, like how I was. 70 milligrams. Yeah, 3 IUs still. Bro said I just been on this and then added 4 other compounds. Yeah, no, but I'm literally been taking like 300 tests, bro. Like a Turnaball, I don't even know how much, like 25 milligram tablet and then 3 IUs of growth and 70 trim.
Chris, I'm glancing at the camera. How we looking?
Yeah. He looks good. Oh, sorry, I look good, bro. That's all you need to know. No problem. He looked good for like influencers and something. What?
Heartbreak, chest day, and motherfucking D-ball.
I have no idea why he's taking Turnable.
Nah, no slingshot around this bitch. No arch in the back. All pure fucking chest, baby.
What?
Let me get some energy.
I got some energy. I got...
No, I'm 3 reps, bro. 3 reps. Come on. It's fucking light, bro. It's fucking light. You're doing more than
Shit, dude. Yeah, I gotta get on their level, trying to get my bench up.
me at this point. What the fuck? That's it, boy. Take it. Nice. Just like that, baby. Just like that. Good. Yeah. Come on. think you sweet with them girls on your fucking lap, son? Huh? You know sweeter than a
Jeez, he has beats? That's pathetic.
Hawaiian roll. Yeah. Oh, come on, give me a fucking break. Easy.
I really want to rep out 405.
A feat of human strength. That little I've ever fucking accomplished, man.
Yet another reason to dislike women. Thanks to one of them, not only is a man dead but now a parrot has PTSD, and feminists wonder why men dislike women.
Well, it's usually women who have a problem with men, funny enough. But yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Let's fucking go. Woo! Oh yeah, that's 600 go see me. When I can hit 4 or 5 for 12, I think most I ever did was 15 of them hoes. 15, 4 or 5 for 15, that's the most I ever did. I just did 8. This is starting point. I'm hitting 600 again, I promise you.
He's actually going to try to go for 600 again. I'd say that's a bad idea. Quit while you're ahead. Just don't even bother maxing out. Dude, that, like, I tore a muscle before. I completely tore my adductor. Holy fuck, that just sucks. It's not even, like, the pain. It's just, like, it's a weird traumatic kind of feeling where you're literally getting ripped apart. It's kind of like experiencing body horror firsthand.
600 gonna see me. I'm running fade on 600. Huh? I'm hitting a fucking drive by. I'm hitting a lick on 600. Best. Come on. Let me get another set of that 405. I'm doing this, shoulder press. Imagine you got a tattoo, like your PRs. I'm gonna get a tattoo of my PRs, bro. Oh no, that ain't so good. It's crazy, my squat PR is 666. You know, actually having your shirt off is, you get worse grip on the bench. Man, right? Nice and clean. Come on. Come up here. The biscuit went already. Come on. Yeah, man. I think I'm gonna send it. I think I'm just gonna take a shitload of drugs. That bro's girl leaves, and now he's talking about taking a shit ton of drugs. He just gotta jump right in the water. Bro, whatever you're doing right now, you look fantastic. No, bro. It's not good enough. You look fantastic. It's not good enough. If that's not good enough, I wish I looked like you, bro. It's not good enough for me. And I'm your fucking twin brother, bro. Yeah, you're too close to me. I need to be far ascending. Dude, you got problems, man. If you're not satisfied where you're at right now, my body wants it. 2 heavy sets to failure, then 2 heavy shoulders. Let's go. I'm not even helping you. Come on. 2 more. 2 more. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh yeah, right here. Come on. Nice.
Grind it out.
Nice. Back it, Reagan. Oh, fuck. That's it, Chris. Come on.
I was actually thinking of getting the Bells of Steel pendulum squat because you can use it as a Viking press.
That's it, baby. Come on. Yeah. Go ahead. Ooh. Oh. 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 Come on. Come on. Holy shit. Ooh. Add another 25.
Yeah, they are very ninja.
Add another
turtle-y.
25, hey. Oh. Maybe a fly movement. I wonder if he gets. Yeah. There it is. Good, Chris. Oh, you get 5 more. Woo. Come on, we're working, bro. We're not flexing. We're fucking doing this. Squeeze those fucking monster titties together, son. You got tits like some fucking hentai. Shut the fuck up. I bet you don't know who this is. I bet both of y'all don't know who this is. I bet both of y'all don't got a fucking clue.
I don't know what the deal is with this fucking tattoo. It's fucking retarded. It's kind of weird, especially if he's considering like doing more bodybuilding competitions too, because like a tattoo would not be great for that.
Who's singing this right now? Hey, I'm fucking working here, buddy. Who's singing this shit? Rob Zombie. Good shit. Good shit, buddy. That ain't heavy enough, man. You want it? Come on. Yeah, pec tear. With the foot. Come on.
I really like these machines. They give me a really good pump in my triceps.
Oh, he's fine. You do a powerlifting show. Yeah, I'll do powerlifting while you fucking bodybuild. Let's do it. But like me getting on stage is just gonna bring us down. You feel me? Like, yeah, you had the same mindset last time, bro. Like certain poses, I'm like fucking amazing at, but like them fucking gay ass front posing ones, I'm just worried about my lats, bro. That'd be so sick. I'll get to the 8 weeks out look, bro. Fucking go crazy at a meet, man. Always finish the workout with your hardest set. Yep. Yeah.
That's a weird,
Fuck.
Yeah. That's really weird. They do triceps and a bunch of other shoulder movements and then dumbbell shoulder press.
Yeah. Come on, baby. Help me. 2 more. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. We're getting in and out, man. We're not going to. We can't fatigue ourselves too much. That's what I've been doing my whole career. We cannot weigh too much. I'm probably gonna take a break while we're in Germany. I can't let this guy fit. You know what? That felt too good, man. I need another one. I need another. Nice.
Just some good heavy weights being lifted.
All right. Have you got the feeling
Oh, it's fucking 49 minutes long.
recently when you've been scrolling social media that you're being astroturfed? That like you aren't choosing the influencers and podcasters and like the brands and the topics that show up for you. You just are kind of a participant. Like the media doesn't feel as real as it used to be. Everything just feels like it's just being served to you. And a lot of times you come across something that you didn't even choose or know about to select. Like if you feel like things are not quite real anymore, this video is for you. Because if you understand this chart that we're going to go over today and all of the things I'm going to talk to you about, you're going to understand that content creation is a gamed system now. This is not clickbait. This is actually true. I'm going to go through step by step what is happening and how a person and a group of people can propel any influencer to high viewership, regardless of content quality. You can be the most uninteresting person ever, and you can still get boosted in algorithms. And it happens by tricking algorithms into featuring them. It's a guaranteed way to gain followers, and it's basically pay to win. So in this video, we're going to explain step by step how it works. We're going to go through some content that's in this system, and I will show you literally that you can promote anybody. You can promote anybody to the top in the world. It doesn't matter.
I'd kind of explain why some boring retards like Penguin Zero are like billionaires.
What their content is, what most people think about the creator economy and how it exists these days is no longer true. Algorithms are being abused at a very high level. So let's break it down. Let's go through step by step how this works. And this image here is absolutely going to be our Bible for this discussion. When we look at this, you're seeing a month-long period. So I want you to note, like this is 1 month. This is, as of the time of this recording, this is March to April. So just a few days ago, you can see our number one guy here, Clavicular, who you may have heard of. You may be like, this guy just exploded. I see videos of him everywhere. What's going on? I never searched for this stuff. Dude, what's happening? Has generated over 2.2 billion, with a B, billion views in a single month. He has 69,000 videos. That's short form videos across TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube and X. 69,000 videos that are all about him. How is this possible? Well, he has 1,610 paid clippers that are working full time to put this stuff out on the internet. And likewise, you can see all of these other influencers who, to varying degrees, have the same thing going on. Here's Aiden Ross with 812.
I know Aiden Ross bots his streams. That's
clippers. He has.
Sure. Dude, that's crazy. So they're hiring Indians to cut up videos for them.
11,000 videos that came out this month, accumulated about 714 million views. Now, this is the official Clipping and Kick partnership. This is them just releasing this information. This is not guessed upon data. This is like literally the platform that's doing it, showing you how this works. And we're going to break down exactly what is happening here and how these guys are tweaking the algorithm for this to work, because it's both fascinating and a little bit terrifying. All right. So the very first thing to understand about this, once you understand like that this is happening and that there's like just a ton of paid clippers that are being paid quite literally to post these clips everywhere of just various types of content. The first thing we have to understand is that you start with a central Discord server. Now, there are other ways to do these campaigns, and there are platforms like Vero, which or Duzla, one of those has some association with Mr. Beast. They operate the same way, but as platforms. But for this video, I think the most interesting stuff that we're going to go over is actually just going to be the platforms. So you can see here, this is the largest clipping server, and you can see that they, once you get into the clipping server, which I think has over like 20 or 30,000 people in it, you can say, hey, you're just a few steps away from getting paid for post content. Here's how you get started. You can just go browse the campaigns, and you can go see that you can apply for kick streaming clipping program, which we're going to talk about a little bit later as it relates to this. So you can just get paid by joining one of these servers, no problem. And here is exactly how these campaigns work step by step. Each campaign is going to be one influencer or a podcaster or a brand. Typically, like for the purposes of this video, we're going to be talking about live streamers, but this is being done for, I sat in these Discord servers, the invite only ones, and as well as like the public ones for the past like 3 weeks before making this video. And it shocked pretty much every major podcaster or like brand that you've heard of has had a campaign in these Discord servers in the time that I was sitting in them. And we're going to go over it, but like specific clips and specific moments that they want featured as well are also featured. So like it's a totally game system. Like there's just everybody's just doing paid clips that's popular whatsoever. How this system works is as follows. We're going to go through it. So starting with the CPM system and how it works. Typically, when we think about platforms, these are all going to be short form mostly. So this is going to be
Mr. Beast bought views from the first video with Mommy's money, by the way. Yeah. Figured.
clips of this person's like long form. So when I say long form, I mean like a podcaster makes a video that's like 2 hours, and then these paid clippers will go through, they'll select 50 to 30 second videos, 30 to 60 second video parts, or like 2-minute parts that they think are interesting, and then they will post those clips on these 3 platforms. There's a little bit of this done on X. It kind of depends. Every campaign is a little bit different, but most of them I've seen focus on these 3 platforms. The way that you get paid is you have what's called a flat CPM. So a CPM is just the amount that you make for 1,000 views. And these will usually be between about 10 cents to 40 cents, but I've seen ones that are as high as about $2 to $3. So every campaign has a like payout. And you can see here, I'll pull up one just so you can kind of see like how it looks. So this is a campaign for Caleb Hammer, and you may be seeing one of his clips, and this is a separate Discord server that's been created. You can see the payout for Caleb is 75 cents per 1,000 views, that there's a minimum view required for payout, and that there's a payment method, and it shows you the platforms that it wants you to post on. So you can post on TikTok, you post on Instagram, you can post on Twitter, you can post on X in this case. So there's an example of like a pretty prominent podcaster. Now either it's his agency paying for this or it's him, I don't know, right? But he's this is the system that he's running. So this is an example of like a single campaign that's being run right now. Like this is something I pulled just a couple.
I'm indeed Somalian donateurs. Sorry for the reels from Facebook, but it's worth a watch. Crazy what steroids can do. Let me see. I don't think that's the same person. Would be pretty cool if steroids could cure dwarfism, though. Thanks for the donation. I am indeed Somalian.
A couple of days ago. Okay, so they're offering a flat CPM of 75 cents per 1,000 views, and in this case, it's going to be 75 cents. I've seen like again like $2-3. Most of these are like 10 to like 50 cents or so. You'll notice on that screenshot that I linked you that there was a minimum view payout threshold. So what does that mean? That means that you can't have this campaign. You don't get paid if you don't have 100,000 views. Now that's not per clip though. So if we just like put the payment details over here for a second, the 100,000 views means the aggregate of you as an individual. So if you have 2 or 3 clips that get, let's say you have 3 clips that get 30,000 views each, you do not get paid. But if you have 3 clips that get 30,000 views and then 1 clip that gets 10,000, you get paid on the whole 100,000. So there's just that's what they mean by minimum payout. So most of these people are creating, for these campaigns, they're creating like 50 to 100 different clips across multiple different accounts in order to reach this payment threshold. And then they get paid based on the on the CPM that was stated. There are also bounties and bonuses. So these show up in a lot of individual clipping campaigns. And you can see here, we have a bounty for Pirate Software. Again, I don't know who sponsored this. I'm just showing you what's here. So here's Pirate Software. It says here that this is a payment of $3,000 per million views, which is a multiplier, $300 for 100,000 views, and $3,000 for 1 million views. This is an invite-only Discord server, so this is not associated with the other Discord server that I've shown. This is a secret Discord server because I think they're a little bit more careful when they're trying to promote individual clips and influencers, just from getting people to know about how this works. But you can't hide from Devin Nash, no sir. So this is Pirate Software gives his thoughts on.
Wow, I didn't know this.
On the recent changes to Kick, and there's requirements. Post the image below. All platforms are allowed, so they'll allow TikTok, Reels, they'll let in everything, and then there's like a command associated with it. But this is basically just a clip of like Pirate Software talking about Kick, and whoever wanted this promoted is paying for it to be promoted. So sometimes there's bounties, and sometimes you get paid quite a bit for those. Now, next, the campaigns usually have a maximum cap. So we were not seeing that in the previous ones that I'm showing you, but oftentimes the campaigns cap at like $10,000 to $20,000, at which point they shut off. And to be clear, I don't think that the servers that are doing this are scammy about this. Like you might think, oh, like they cap it at $10,000 and they don't tell anybody that everybody else that creates clips, like there's a bunch of free clips that are done. In my experience, like looking at this stuff and doing all this research and studying it, there isn't really a situation like that. Like there's a pretty clear progress bar to indicate when the cap has been reached and when you don't make money from clipping anymore. In most of these cases, I haven't really seen a lot of like black hat marketing in that direction. Just to give credit where credit's due, like my interest is in honest information. I'm not trying to make a value judgment here. There'll be plenty of that later in the video, and just for you to decide. So I didn't see that here. Most of this stuff is very well put together. I mean, by like pretty elite operators, and it seems to be pretty above board. I mean, the clippers get paid, and they get paid a base CPM, which you saw from Caleb's campaign that I listed here. And then they also get to keep the RPM, which means like the money the platform itself pays you. So you get both the CPM, which is like the 75 cents per 1,000 that gets paid out through the campaign. And then you also get to earn whatever the YouTube short or the reel actually makes off of the ad revenue just off of the platform. So this ends up being a pretty good deal for like second and third world people, which are kind of the majority of people that are participating in the system. You can end up probably getting like an RPM of like maybe like $1.50 to $2 an hour. And for like first world or Americans or people like that, you know, that's going to probably translate to about like $300 or $400 a month. Like obviously the work that you put in, you get more. But for people in less advantaged countries that are getting paid that can be very notable. It's worth noting also that although I didn't post it in my research here, all of these payments that I saw, literally all of them are in USDT. So they're paid via cryptocurrency. You're paid out via cryptocurrency. I guess in this case, this is a PayPal payment, so it might just be a direct payment, but almost all the campaigns I saw are paid out via USDT. So that's a cryptocurrency that's tethered to the dollar. So that's notable because I think that's very favorable to third world and second world countries. Okay, so let's take a person like Clavicula that we were talking about before, and you've got the 2.2 billion views on top of 70,000 clips. Like, how expensive is this campaign to run? Like, how crazy are we talking here? Well, it's going to be about 31,700 views on average because we're just taking the 2.2 billion and we're dividing it by the 70,000. And you get paid if you aggregate 100,000 views. You don't get paid if your total clips are below that. So there will be some percentage of people that just don't get paid. But I think the majority do. But let's say that like in a situation, just to give you an idea, where even like in a crazy number, where like 70% of the views are free, which I think is probably closer to like 20% or 30%. The math on it is it would cost $666,371 a month, even at $1 CPM, just to run Clav's campaign alone, not even considering all these other people. So literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars are being spent every month to do this. So who's doing it? Who's paying for this, right? That to me is one of the most interesting parts, because a couple of things, right? Number one, there are not many people that can set up campaigns like this. We're talking like management of hundreds of people, and like this is elite operator marketer stuff. This is not like streamers, okay? Very few of these streamers are running these campaigns themselves. There are people that are doing it. Like there are streamers that are running these campaigns themselves, like to lesser degrees. And I mean, you could also just have 3 people in your Discord do clips for you, and you could run a campaign like this yourself. But when I'm talking about these big Discord operations, these are being funded. And it's really interesting to see who is actually funding them and what is actually going on here. Because with respect to the streamers, I don't think that most streamers are really business oriented. That's just been my experience being a top talent manager for many years. I don't think that, and now I'm an agent on the brand side. I've worked with thousands of influencers, great entertainers, mostly not the sharpest tools in the shed when it comes to business, with a few exceptions. So they're not going to run campaigns like this. Who is running these campaigns? Well, let's go back to our friend Clavicular and see what he says about it in this clip.
One of the fastest come ups in streaming. Absolutely. Why do you think you're the fastest growing creator in the world right now? I think I have a lot of strategies that are good for viral clipping engagement. I think Kick has helped push me a lot with their clipping budget. So, you know, over 6 figures a month.
So Kick, over 6 figures a month.
And that campaign have been going towards pushing me out there to new audiences, because on Kick, there's not really a lot of growth, right? There's not as many users as Twitch, so people aren't organically coming across your stream.
So Kick itself is funding this.
So they kind of have to incentivize people to stream on that platform in other ways. And one of the ways I go about it is with the Kick clipping program, where there's like a, you know, $20 or $30 CPM, and that kind of incentivizes people.
For the $20 and $30 CPM, he's referring to bounties, the system that we referred to before. The actual CPMs are much lower, but everything else he said is true. So that's right. The primary way that all of this is being funded is that Kick is literally paying for it, the platform. So the streaming platform Kick is quite literally paying for all of this. They are paying to the tune of actually millions of dollars a month to do this. Now you might say, why? Do they really love their streamers so much that they just want to feature their broadcasters? Well, I mean, that's like a part of it, but there's a couple more interesting things that are going on. So let's talk about the Kick funnel and what is happening. Now, you astute observer, you deep analysis person, you may have noticed a particular line right here. Now, this is the public discoursing. This is the public Discord for the clipping. Like if you want to start with clipping, you come here. But what if you want to be one of these Kick clippers? Well, you have to get into the Kick specific program. And there is an application once you've been established to get into that. That's the funnel. So you start in the free place, and then you eventually get into these invite-only places where all of the secrets go. And the invite-only places where all the secrets go are quite interesting, okay? Because, I mean, we can't possibly know what goes on there because they're invite-only, and no one would ever invite me. Or would they? Okay, so I did some underground journalism, got into a couple of these servers, and you can see here as the overlay guide. Let's read this. Please use the examples below to make sure the Kick logo and watermark placement is correct on all clips. The Kick overlay should always be clearly visible and placed so that it can be properly seen at all times. Make sure the overlay is sized and placed exactly in this guide before submitting. It must stay visible at all times, must remain clear and instructed at all times, sized and placed to fit your clip exactly as shown in this guide. Some UI stuff here. Follow the examples. Incorrect logo placement may result in your clip being rejected. Okay, very important right there. That's kind of the key thing to focus on. If you do not put the Kick logo, as seen right here, onto your clips, you do not get paid. So every one of these multiple billions of views has that Kick logo square right into the right in the bottom for the entire duration of the video, and every one of the clippers is doing that. That is why Kick is doing this. You must have the Kick banner on every clip. If you mess it up, there's no pay whatsoever. How are these influencers by Kick being chosen? I can't figure that out. I've gotten a lot of different people kind of like weighing in on that. Nearest I can tell, it's basically who you know at Kick. Now, they like technically offer this program via the Kick partner program, the KPP they call it. They offer it to any Kick partner. And I'm actually pretty confident that if you were a Kick partner, you could probably message somebody, like some staff member, and be like, hey, I want to be in on this. And you could probably do it. And I think to some degree they would feature you. But like what determines that like these people get like featured over like these people, I think it's arbitrary. And also just that some of these people have like Clavicular like also just did really well when it comes to like the way that he gets viewership. It just worked. Like it actually helped him go viral, and a lot of the stuff that he did like went viral on its own once it got featured everywhere. So I think there's a lot of that kind of stuff going on with the Kick stuff. And it's a little bit iffy. So Kick is quite literally spending millions of dollars, like actually millions of dollars per month to promote broadcasters, and then they're also paying them on the back end through the partner program as well. And simultaneously, they're doing this as a marketing strategy to bring people to Kick. So this is a different approach from like to understand this, we've got to kind of go back in time a little bit, and we have to understand how Twitch, the main live streaming website that has most of the viewers right now, well, YouTube now has all those viewers, but it used to have a lot of the viewers. Their marketing strategy in 2015-ish, like 2012 this started. We'll talk about like the Twitch marketing strategy. Their marketing strategy was to pay streamers individually to stream on the platform, and they got bonuses based on how many viewers they had and like how many hours they streamed. And like the Twitch way of doing this was to offer contracts to streamers for flat rates plus like minimum guarantees and bonuses, with the idea of keeping them on the platform. This was an exclusive thing. Kick actually doesn't care about if you're like exclusive most of the time or not, except for their like very top people. So the marketing strategy that Twitch used to use was to pay before they ran out of money, and like Amazon basically cut their budget. I mean, they're a ghost ship now, right? But before they basically cut their budget, this was how Twitch operated. So Kick has looked at this, and Kick has said, you know what? We want to go a different route, and they're using a playbook that they used at Stake. Stake is the kind of partner company to Kick. I know they don't like that they don't like that association, but I mean, like literally when I was on the podcast with the owner of to me it's like, if your executives are cross-sectional decision makers on each, like if you have an executive, a CMO, and the CMO makes decisions for both Stake and both Kick, like they're associated companies. That's it, right?
Hey VG, since you live in Canada, have you seen any wolves in your area, not counting that hybrid wolf dog? You had, well, really, it was only a small present wolf. But that's beside the point.
No, haven't seen any wolves. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Like, and when I talked to Eddie, the owner of Kick, who was very charitable to me, honestly, on the podcast, he was very transparent about that. So look, to me, it's like it's an associated company. Stake had the playbook. You might have seen this, even if you're a pretty savvy social media person. You might remember when you were seeing like Stake logos all over the place across like all social media. That's just this playbook, right? Like this is people getting paid to post Stake logos everywhere. They took that playbook and they optimized it and they put it out there for Kick. And this has a dual purpose of like, one, it blows the streamers up, so it markets them, and number two, it obviously brings people to the website, because 2.2 billion people are seeing the Kick logo, and some of them, like some very small percentage, are going to go to Kick and check it out. And this is going to boost their live viewership as well. So like on YouTube Shorts and like TikToks and Reels and stuff, the conversions are bad, like percentage-wise. Like you might, it's like 0.00001%. But it doesn't matter if you have 2 billion views, and like the aggregated views of all these people are way more. You're going to have some people come to your website. Now, look, I'm a marketer, okay? I'm a brand agency owner. This is smart marketing. Like from their perspective, like whatever you might think about the ethics of it, and you're well within your rights to think about the ethics and the morals of this. But like that's like, I'm here to just present the information. I got to say though, like from a perspective of like what Twitch did, which is like, okay, we've got to grow our website somehow. Like we could pay streamers millions of dollars to stay on the platform, and then we are making those streamers responsible for their own growth. So all the OGs that got the contracts and got paid on Twitch, they all had to solve the growth problem themselves. Like bringing viewers to the website was up to them. But Kick is saying, no, we are actually going to do this for you, and we're going to bring people to the website, and this is where our marketing budget is going to go. So they're spending tens of millions of dollars, because this is understanding that this is an ecosystem that feeds them. That's why this exists. Okay, Kick would not be paying this kind of money if they didn't want to actually build the platform. So like from the perspective of a pure marketing perspective, this is a superior marketing strategy than what Twitch did. It just is. Like they're taking the growth into their own hands. They're getting views on they're getting way more views. Like when Twitch paid people to put money in, to give money to streamers, they were still benefiting the content creator economy, and people made a lot of money off it. There were people like Shroud and made millions of dollars off that kind of stuff. A lot of people that got paid contracts, all those top streamers, Pokimane, all those people, like they did really well back when they were paying contracts. But Twitch was basically paying them and then saying you're responsible for your own growth, and like we hope that works out. Meanwhile, Kick says no, we're going to blast ourselves everywhere, and then we're also
JW donated $2. Are you jealous of Justin Trudeau? If I recall correctly, you said you had a massive crush on Katy Perry. I never said I had a crush on Katy Perry. Apparently, Katy Perry is some massive gay, retarded, commie feminist, so doesn't really surprise me too much that she ended up dating Justin Trudeau, but it is pretty weird. Weird situation. Yeah, I love how this fucking guy ruins Canada and then just goes, like, fucks off and starts dating Katy Perry. Fucking asshole. Thanks for the donation, JW.
going to boost these streamers as a side effect. So like from a pure marketing perspective, like dude, like you got to look at the hustle. Across billions and billions of views, it's actually a lot of impressions. So I think though that what we need to talk about next is kind of the darker side of it. We need to go over like why exactly this works, and like what this is doing to the algorithm, what this might mean for like the future of content, and I think like how this is tricking algorithms, and like I think we need to like go into like a little bit of the darker side, that kind of stuff being said. So before we do that, that's right, We've got the secret call out 2440. 2440, please post in the comments down below that you're still here for a deep analysis Devin Nash video. 2440 is the secret call out. I got two things for you guys. Number one, just thank you. Thank you very much for supporting this. I don't really do this stuff because I'm mostly on the business side, so I don't have anything to like really sell you. But if you did want to support me, oh my gosh, it would be such an honor. You could go check out my Patreon page. And I post if you're interested in how I run businesses, so, it's just video after video after video over like what you're doing on your business, and it's like direct coaching, but I do it. So that's it. The secret call out 2440. Thank you guys for supporting this, and let's get on to why this abuses the algorithm and why this works. Section 5, which I think is kind of the most interesting section. I think this is like this is kind of the meat of it. So let's kind of talk about the like first principles logic of like how platforms think about things, and to understand that this used to be different. Like it used to be kind of Instagram had their own way of doing this, Facebook had their own way of doing this, and then YouTube kind of just broke the mold, and YouTube was like, oh, we just like straight up figured it out, and then like pretty much everybody copied them. Then TikTok came along and said, okay, we're going to use that system, but we're going to figure it out for short form. So we're going to take 7 to 60 second videos instead of your 8 to 50-minute videos, and we're going to make these into we're going to make these popular. And the whole idea of an algorithm is it's simply to orient an audience towards videos that they want to see. So one of the major signals for doing that is, and just deciding that content is important in general, is like the number of people they're talking about. So think about like if a news topic, like let's say something like a big presidential thing happens, or there's like big news in the world, a big volcano erupts or something. A wizard comes along and erupts a volcano through sheer willpower and intent alone. How do we like hear about that? And like how does an algorithm know that that's important? Well, a big part of it is just volume. Like a bunch of people saw the volcano blow up, and a bunch of people that didn't see the volcano blow up want to talk about the volcano blowing up, and a bunch of analysts who are volcano specialists want to come in and talk about the optics of the volcano blowing up. So what happens? Well, there's a lot of volume, right? There's a lot of like suddenly there's just like a bunch of clips, and there's a bunch of information, there's a bunch of different people talking about that form of content. And now the algorithm goes, oh, that's important. So we need to feature that. So the algorithm says, everybody wants to talk about the volcano. I'm going to push the volcano. So imagine what kind of signal it sends when you have 550,000 clips in a month, in 30 days, talking about this guy. The algorithm just goes, this is the most important person in the world. This guy wants everybody to talk about him. So if you've like had that experience of like, you just like open anywhere and you're like, it's like clavicular. You're like, what is looks match? I don't even care about this guy. I never even Googled anything like this. What is happening? It's because the algorithm is actually getting tricked. Like I promised you, this is not a bait video. Like this is actually a game system. They are uploading so many clips, and the volume is so much that it's just telling the algorithm, hey, you should talk about this person nonstop. He's blowing up. This is the most important thing in the world. So what is so crazy about this, and this is the nuttiest thing about this video, like it's just not an exaggeration that content creation isn't about being interesting or engaging anymore. Like the previous type of content creation where you had to like have like a personality. And like I'm not saying that like some of these creators don't have these personalities. It's subjective, right? Like what is good content and what isn't is like a very subjective thing. But I will tell you, like I guess subjectively in my opinion, that a lot of the people on this list are boring as hell. And you might agree with that. Or they're just outright just like not like kind of like skeezy type of people, right? Like some of them are great, but like some of them are legitimately just boring as hell. Doesn't matter. You have 70,000 clips, you go anywhere you want. It's just not going to make a difference what your content is. And that kind of fundamentally undermines like the whole purpose of like what content creation is. Like content creation was kind of a voting system. It was kind of like, oh, like we think this guy like Mark Rober is interesting, so we're gonna like watch his video, and then that video, and then everyone's like, yay, that video's gonna do well. And then Mark Rober's like, wow, I got rewarded for that. I'll make more videos, and like so the cycle goes. But now the algorithm will just pick up anybody, no matter how uninteresting or how boring, at this volume, and it's just gonna push it no matter what, because it's taught that the sheer volume of posts is about the same thing equals that's important. So this is what like this is where we get into kind of the dark side of the issue. Wait, you are not even choosing the content that you watch anymore. The algorithm by volume, and these paid clipping campaigns are quite literally choosing it for you. It doesn't matter how you participate. It doesn't matter if you click not interested or whatever. It doesn't matter. Like you can't not interested yourself out of 2 billion views of clavicular. He's coming. He's coming. And it was some kick executive that decided that for you, right? Like it's not the fact that he organically blew up by the vote of the crowd, by engagement, by likes, by and that sort of thing. There's an aspect of that, right? Like there's a part of that that's true, but he kind of blew up because somebody decided, or somebody gave a lot of money to somebody and said, hey, we're gonna pay for 69,000 views and 2,000 people full time to just literally spam social media with all this stuff. And that's also why. Like that what it also does is that drives down the quality of the clips as well, because if there have already been 51,775 clips submitted, and then you watch the 51,776th one, it doesn't have to be interesting content. Like your lived experience is you just watch a bad clip, but because the algorithm had 50,000 videos before it, it was just like, no, he's gonna like this, and you're like, I don't really like this. It's like you do like it. You have to like it. 50,000 people, other videos said that it's there. You better like it right now. Here's another one. You don't like that one? Take this one. And now you're just like, like leave me alone. Like right? Like so we are no longer in social media. Nothing you do is social media. Social media is like you go on Discord and say hello to your friend. Discord is the most social media.
Katy Perry, haven't you seen the Raw music video? It's clear she was always a feminist.
I did not. I never watched her music or music videos. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
We have now. Like, there's like, when's the last time you went on Twitter and you talked to your friend? It never happens, right? Like, you're talking to the people that, and you're consuming the topics that the algorithm says that you should consume. The content that you watch isn't even stuff that you choose anymore. The interests that you have are no longer social. It's not like keeping up with your college buddies. It's so I think it was just a total coincidence that he came out at the same time. Never heard of this dude. Doesn't even follow me, I guess. But he put this thing out there called the clipping economy, and it basically concludes the same thing that I'm telling you right now, which is like, man, clips are taking over like a lot of the attention economy. There's some very weird stuff in this article. I mean, like basically what he's saying is we've now moved from like a content economy to like the way that it was before to like now everything's just clips. And there's some stuff in here that's like a little bit questionable, like this graph, for example, where you see here it says average live viewership versus clip viewership. So you can take a person like Hassan Piker who averages about 33,000 viewers live, and then it says like in the same amount of time for April, he's already gotten 700,000 views on his content, his long and short form content. This is disingenuous. The person that wrote this article. Well, I think,
dude, that's crazy. Nick Fuentes has that level of popularity. Like an insane Nazi gay retard. Like literally, Nazi gay retard.
they should keep doing work because they write interesting things. And I just encourage everybody to write interesting things. They're probably not in this field in the same way. So this, for example, is not correct, right? This is a false equivalence because Hassan might have 33,000 viewers at one given time. So when you go on his stream, you see, oh, he has 33,000 viewers, but that represents a snapshot in time. There is in fact like a churn, and the churn is going quite quickly. So that the end of his stream will actually represent a unique viewership of much, much higher. The number will be way closer to this number. Also, that 33,000 viewers is just counting like one stream. He streams every single day for tons of people. So in reality, his like total live streaming exposure, and that's most likely true for Clavicular as well. Why did he have to choose that name? It's so hard to say. The viewership is actually equal. So this is like not a very good representation of this this concept. You can't like really pay attention to this. This is kind of like a critical mistake with this article. But the foundation of it, which is like the clip economy is big and it's being gamed, that's good, and I think that's true. I think like a much better way to sort of interpret this is just to see this here, just to get an idea of like, okay, well, these are like all the views that just Kick is doing that show how much of like your social media experience, your interest media experience is being dictated by this. So I do agree that we're in a clipping economy. And in my post on X, I ended up saying at the end, like my conclusion here was straight up like, wherever you stand on it, streaming, live streaming, and kind of content creation in general, it's just a much more gamed ecosystem now, and it will remain so. There is no way to really police this behavior because it hijacks the algorithm. Like we talked about how the algorithm kind of perceives like importance. I guess you could have like individual employees at these companies like ban the individual people, but it'd be like very weird and like very hard to do. So there's no, so like live streaming, like streaming as relates to Kick, and it's just kind of a gamed ecosystem. Like there will be very few broadcasters that come up in the next few years that aren't utilizing the strategy. Now, notably, there are broadcasters that are coming up not utilizing it. I think the biggest example of the one is the video that I did before this, which was an analysis on the burnt peanut. And the burnt peanut is a person who is, to my knowledge, not using that clipping service yet. He's doing a couple other tricks. Not like, for example, he has a 24/7 stream online, so he hosts the 24/7 stream when he goes offline. The 24/7 stream then hosts him when he goes online. So that is kind of that's set up by his agency. They're real smart guys, and a lot of top streamers do that now to not churn viewers, so that the AFK viewers like sit at the bottom of that stream, and then they kind of continuously rehost themselves. So you might have an AFK viewer for like 4 days that still counts as a viewer, right? Because he just left his computer on or something, or left his TV on. So there's a little bit of that, but like Burnt Peanut's not gaming that system, and he's like the biggest streamer on Twitch right now. So it's like there are people that can still come up by not utilizing this, but it's like it's like climbing up a mountain of ice without the little ice picks. Like sure, there's like some guy that might be able to like dig his hands in and just like, but like overall, like you're gonna have to utilize this system to be competitive, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, that's pretty gay. Pretty gay.
Well-known fact came to light recently in newspapers and news sites. China is a key holder of foreign debt in the developing world. Now, you might not have an AI-based supercomputer like my protagonist Mike Malloy in my novel The Wind Machine, available on Amazon and on Audible if you're a Marine, but it doesn't take an AI-based supercomputer to know that all this debt can be kind of dangerous. According to a May 2025 article on NPR's website, China has dramatically...
Mac Daddy, don't tell us, please look up the amazing Lucas on YouTube. He's doing live stream skits. Disagreement Day. Call in and debate him in New York's mayor. He's on my nerves.
And
oh, I'm not gonna deal with this guy. He's fucktard. I fucking hate this guy. I know who he is. He's like a massive fucktard. Oh, studio's full. Thank fuck. Well, thanks for the donation, Mac Daddy.
Curtailed its lending in recent years, and it's emerging as a large debt collector for many of the world's poorest nations. Now, this may seem insignificant, but it's anything but. According to the Center for Global Development, the Chinese government occupies a unique position in that it is the world's largest official bilateral creditor and is among the least transparent when it comes to reporting official lending volumes and terms across countries. Furthermore, the Center for Global Development finds China's official financing is less concessional than World Bank financing in comparable settings. China provides loans with systematically higher interest rates, shorter maturity lengths, and less generous grace periods. The rise of China as a debt collector for the world's poorest countries could present some serious opportunities for the ambitious Chinese Communist Party, armed with the largest military on the planet. And in order to show this, we can kind of take a page from history. During the early 20th century, the United States used foreign debts owed by Latin American countries to Europeans as a way to flex its military and foreign interventionist muscle. In fact, this later provided fuel for the infamous anti-imperialist and anti-war tract written by Smedley Butler, War is a Racket. Smedley Butler wrote and said, supposedly, the following concerning his service to the United States as a decorated soldier. I spent 20 years and 4 months in active military service and...
Really? What's wrong with the amazing Lucas VG?
He is just a general all-around fucktard. Just scatterbrained idiot, and he's kind of like a dumbass commie. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
During that period, I spent most of my time as a high-class muscle man for big business for Wall Street and the bankers. By the time you see this video, I'll be in Israel interviewing the pilots who flew in Operation Rising Lion. I'm going to be there for about 5 days. Verizon charges $12 a day for global roaming, so that's going to be $60 total. Saley will help reduce your phone bill now and get started today. Now, this video comes to me after working through some research discussing China's growing role as an international debt collector. This, of course, got me thinking and kind of connecting to Smedley Butler's complaints concerning the United States' heavy-handedness regionally and globally. And these are words coming from somebody who served for 20 years in the American military. At the time of Butler's service, the United States operated under the Monroe Doctrine and its Theodore Roosevelt corollary. The Monroe Doctrine suggested, as part of official U.S. policy, that the Western Hemisphere was of interest to the United States and its varied national interests. Furthermore, the U.S. would take offense at any attempts by European powers to assert their influence over the Western Hemisphere. While the Monroe Doctrine sounds like a powerful statement of foreign policy, it was anything but. The United States, at the time, could barely field an army or float a navy. Most Americans, including the American political and economic elite at the time, feared what they believed to be the corrosive influence of standing armies and navies. However, this anti-foreign entanglement mentality didn't last. By the late 1800s, the United States was beginning to seriously flex its military muscles. In 1904, with a brand new Navy and an Army, the U.S. government issued a corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. It stated that the U.S. had a right to intervene in Latin American countries where consistent wrongdoing can be found or debt repayment failures existed. Therefore, the U.S. created for itself these justifications for overseas interventions, particularly in Latin America. This committed American military personnel and equipment to foreign interventions in Latin America, and these interventions were often brutal and even problematic. Now, to mend relationships...
Really? How so, VG? What has he said that was communist?
I don't know. I think he's pro-Palestine. I know that. Apparently he's pro-Mamdani. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
With these Latin American countries, Franklin Roosevelt in 1933 supported what has come to be known as the good neighbor policy, which ushered in for a time like a calm, peaceful, friendly mode of relations between the United States and Latin America. Ironically here, Franklin Roosevelt had other matters keeping his attention, like Germany and an ambitious Japan, to name a few problems. Thus, for a time, military interventions were no longer used to strong-arm these Latin American countries. The Cold War and the threat of violent communist expansion saw a reversal of Franklin Roosevelt's good neighbor policy, which for years had kind of pumped the brakes on military interventions in Latin America. Throughout the Cold War, the U.S. committed troops, materiel, money, and political will to contain communist expansion within the Western Hemisphere, leaving behind a muddied and bloodied legacy in the Western Hemisphere. Don't forget the war on drugs as well, since many of these cartels are also funded by narco-dollars. Of course, some of the anti-communists, like the Contras, were also funded by narco-dollars, so it's safe to say the situation was a mess. By the end of the Cold War, large-scale U.S. military interventions in Latin America had largely, and I'm looking at you, Panama and Haiti, become a thing of the past. Newer economic and political policies look to develop peaceful relationships with many countries in Latin America while securing America's interests in the Western Hemisphere. So what does this have to do with China? Well, China's rise as the debt collector for many poorer developing countries in Latin America and Africa isn't really surprising. China's Belt and Road initiatives and direct lending outside of established monetary organizations have brought us to this moment. Sprinkle in some Chinese economic woes, with the Chinese economy slowing some because of trade wars and globally minded, ambitious Chinese Communist Party members kind of wanted to get into the mix here, you have a recipe for trouble. China, as the world's debt collector, is a future that we must avoid. And this might sound contradictory, even arbitrary, coming from someone living in a country that did the same thing to Latin America. I mean, the reason we study history in theory is to avoid repeating the bad ideas from the past. And China is repeating history. It's a future history that will serve up political and economic instability and turn the developing world into these servile vassal states.
What he is, man, I've just lost all respect for that guy. I never knew the amazing Lucas was such a retard.
Yes. Indeed. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Of the Chinese Communist Party. Despite repeated arguments by the Chinese Communist Party suggesting that China is non-interventionalist, I mean, well, don't tell Tibet that one, nothing could be further from the truth. As far back as 2011, Chinese political and economic interventionism in Africa has been widely studied by Western academics such as Carmody, who wrote A New Scramble for Africa. In the decade since 2011...
Bro, please debate the amazing Lucas. It would be like watching Godzilla vs. King Kong. It would be crazy entertaining. I also watch him, please debate him. I have always wanted to watch you two debate. Everyone wants you to. He'll get you some hoes if you do.
What's the issue? This is under 5 mil. Price cut. I've noticed a lot of price cuts. This is under 5 mil.
I don't know what you want me to do. It said the studio is full. Oh, there we go. I think you're a fucking retard, you know that? I'm probably gonna like sit here for an hour, and then he's gonna end the stream.
It's an okay idea. Why? I do. Well, I just think the second home, and in that category, it's
Yeah, this isn't your first home. This is the second home. This is a throwaway home.
not the average person we're dealing with.
I feel that taxation is theft.
Taxation is theft. These people are so stupid. I hate them so much. I hate them so much, bro.
To the people, to the hardworking people of New York City, and it's absurd how much money they take from us, and they're asking for more.
I'm only spending like 2 more minutes in here.
Where is it? I'm trying to find it. Here it is. Leave the $1 billion company alone. This is what it reminds me of, bro. This is what it reminds me of. I'm like, why are you talking for a group of people that you're not a part of? You're not on that team, fam.
Okay. I don't know what the fuck you expect from me. I'm not gonna wait 5 hours for him to not bring me into a fucking room to debate, and then he ends the stream.
When Carmody first published this groundbreaking work, Chinese interventions in Africa and even South America have become a growing concern. China is moving in to displace or replace what the U.S. as an important partner had, and as a supporter of these poorer developing countries. With the U.S. drawing down troops and even financial and political support in Africa, people have been sounding the alarms. AFRICOM Chief General Michael Langley warns they're trying to replicate what we did in our international military education and training program. And they also said they're going to increase security and training in a number of countries. So yes, they're stepping it up and trying to replicate every type of thing, whether it be advise and assist type training, specialized military domains, or anything, putting on exercises like they did in Tanzania this fall. China's intervention in Africa and even South America could spell political and economic disaster for the U.S. in its quest for much needed materials such as copper, lithium, and rare earth elements. And with the U.S. attempting to downsize the American government, both the State Department and with efforts at cutting USAID, efforts at soft power could fail. Look, if you're the leader of some African country and some Chinese dude steps up and says, we'll give you an entire Huawei telephone network for 20 cents on the dollar, just fill out this loan application, and then the U.S. offers nothing, which deal are you going to take? Which deal will improve your economy in the short term and, more importantly, make the men in your inner circle rich? Now, projects may fall apart now and then, like in 10 years, like we saw in Ethiopia, but hey, you got paid, your friends are rich, even if your country is on the hook for a huge loan. With poor developing countries in Africa and elsewhere beholden to China and the Chinese Communist Party, the U.S. could be squeezed in how it responds to Chinese economic and military ambitions. Access to much-needed materials mined in places like Africa and South America could tip the balance of power globally. American access being cut off or threatened would give China the upper hand, kind of creating this kinetic effector that pins a helpless America against a freaking wall. Now, I can see three possible outcomes of all this. There's certainly more, but I'm going to stick with three for now. One, the United States continues to shrink away from the developing world, providing fewer and fewer opportunities for the U.S. to stop Chinese ambitions regionally and globally. This isolationist move would likely lead to a tipping point where the U.S. would be unable to resist or stop Chinese interventions and ambitions regionally and globally. This means China takes or severely isolates Taiwan, even if it isn't in an outright naval blockade or a military invasion. At this point, the U.S. is no longer able to negotiate when it comes to matters of economics either. Now, in this scenario, the dollar is no longer king, and we might need to consider thinking in yuan or something. Two, the United States and China engage in a costly and politically destabilizing proxy conflict across Africa and South America. These conflicts could economically, politically, and militarily be costly affairs. It's hard to see how this will pan out and who would win, but we'd be basically looking at another Cold War here. And what does this do to the South American and African continents? Nothing good. In this scenario, a dual political and economic system is likely to develop. Think like American-backed system versus Chinese-backed system, and now we're kind of back to the Contras and the drug wars of South America in the 80s. This could have a profound effect on American national interests and national security. It could also stretch the U.S. thin, leading to an inability to react to serious military challenges issued by China and other adversarial nations. Three, alternatively, China and the U.S. could come to an agreement. I had to say it, right? There's a non-zero chance of that. Such an agreement, as I kind of envision here, would be a new era of cooperation. That's not going to happen. All right, let's kind of skip to the end here. At the end of the day, this just isn't about debt. It's about leverage. It's about influence. It's about those who get to write the rules for the 21st century. China's strategy here is pretty simple. Make the developing world an offer they can't refuse. Infrastructure, loans, tech projects, even if those projects fall apart after 10 years like we saw in Ethiopia. But then the bill comes due. And just like a Las Vegas loan shark, the Chinese Communist Party isn't showing up to collect with a friendly smile. They're showing up with ports, mining rights, political strings, maybe even military bases. Now, people might say, well, the U.S. did the same thing to Latin America 100 years ago. Yeah, we did. And it led to decades of resentment and instability that we're still trying to clean up today. So maybe, just maybe, we should take this lesson seriously, because history doesn't always repeat itself, but sometimes it rhymes. And if we don't step up with better offers, with real partnerships to build nations instead of indebting them, China will step in. And what kind of world are they going to build? Because it's not going to be like the one we're living in. Hey, once again,
Amazing Lucas is now having a panel. Dude, just... what the fuck is this? Studio's full. Okay, great. Thanks for the donation.
Productivity.
Oh. Okay. I'm gonna go to bed. It is late. I was planning on streaming earlier today, but shit came up. I should be on early, doing a workout stream. Yeah, I'll probably be on early to do a workout. When would I have to do it? I'm going to try to start around 10 a.m. So I'll probably see you guys then. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Chest, shoulders, triceps. That's what we're going to be working out. But yeah, I'll try to be on earlier in the morning to do that workout. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. So workout stream in the morning, and then we'll do normal stream later in the day. But thanks again, everybody. Hope you had fun and sweet dreams. See you all tomorrow.